Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. And today we're delving into the Ashton Kutcher P. Diddy conspiracy. Illuminati Secrets of Hollywood. Ashton Kutcher has always been one of these guys that seems to be just beyond what many online commentators are willing to delve into when it comes to the depths of depravity that the satanic Illuminati cabal seems to operate within in Hollyweird. Now, Kutcher has a long list of anomalies throughout his career, a long list of associations with seemingly shady individuals. And of course, one of the things that doesn't seem to be getting a lot of attention is his bromance with the one and only P. Diddy, the diddler himself, Sean Combs. Now, this bromance had been going on for many, many years, including several other personalities, such as what was dubbed the new Brat Pack, with these very, very skeezy individuals. Masterson and Fez here, and Kutcher. I mean, look at these scum here. These lined up scum here. I mean, there are so many testimonials of their behavior, of their depraved and criminal behavior of these four individuals. And we will get to all of that in typical MINDSHOCK fashion, exhaustive and comprehensive analysis, leaving no stones unturned, in typical MINDSHOCK fashion with logic and reason at the forefront, unlike anything else out there. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe, like, and share. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. If you're not getting updates here on YouTube, make sure you at least join the free Patreon tier. You will get updates through there. You could also become a YouTube member. Help support the channel that way through YouTube. Right here. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. Unless, of course, you're with us here live, drop in the live chat. I'll try to get to each and every one of them. Heracles says, incredibly adjacent to scum. Yeah, these are weirdos. These are weirdos who are supposedly extremely interested in underage individuals to the point of bragging about it. I mean, and we'll go over certain statements they've made, for example, on how they got away with a lot of stuff pre-social media, pre-camera phones. I mean, obviously, there were some grainy camera phones in the early 2000s, but nothing like into the 2010s. So they were active late 90s, early 2000s. We'll go over the entire career of the Kutch here and his extremely close association, seemingly random, but perhaps there's plenty more than meets the eye to the bromance. I mean, look how young Kutcher is here when he first started being embraced by the diddler. And of course, their associations with Brittany Murphy are highly suspect, as well as many others. I mean, here you have the Kutch, Combs, Kim Porter, and Leonardo DiCaprio hanging out there. And Leonardo DiCaprio also no stranger to these Illuminati parties, where who knows what goes on here at these parties. I mean, really weird stuff Very weird stuff. But the fact that these people all hang out with each other, because a lot of coincidence theorists hallucinate, oh, well, they were just at one popular party that one time. I mean, these people all hang out with each other all the time outside of parties. I mean, for whatever reason, the coincidence theorists don't find any of this suspect in any way. And of course, I mean, going into the white, the symbol of purity, innocence, and good, is that a direct affront? Is that a satanic wink on the inversion of all that is natural in the universe? But these two buds, again, I mean, they've had a long-standing bromance going on for many, many years throughout Hollywood. Involved in business ventures, so many things. Flat Bob says the 27 Club, that Brittany Murphy. Flat Bob says, throw The Rock Johnson in there with him. He did a skit on SNL where he was advertising a child diddling robot. Yeah, I don't even want to look at that. But, yeah, The Rock's a weirdo as well. But let's start this off with a true conspiracy theory here. Some people floated the idea that Ashton Kutcher might possibly be related to the Johnny Gosch case. So this is a photo of Eugene Martin here, another Des Moines paperboy who disappeared under similar circumstances as Johnny Gosch. Some people actually even think Ashton Kutcher is Johnny Gosch himself, but I don't really see that. But he does look strikingly similar to Eugene Martin here, so... Eugene Martin disappeared August 12th, 1984. Now, there are childhood photos of Ashton Kutcher. Not that many, though, which is kind of strange because he's not that old. There's not that many. But, so if that's all one large psyop. But what I find really, really strange is of all the places. So again, Johnny Gosch, born November 12th, 1969. Ashton Kutcher, born February 7th, 1978. So, discrepancy there, no doubt. But Ashton Kutcher is from Iowa. He's from Cedar Rapids. So, he's from the same state as Johnny Gosch. Very interesting. But anyway, and again, I'm not saying this is true in any way, but he does look strikingly similar to Eugene Martin. Both from Iowa. Scott Steiner in the house. Punk'd was actually really good. Shazit. We're actually going to be examining Punk'd through a new, never-before-seen light. Was Punk'd a direct threat to certain celebrities to keep in line? We will be examining all of that and more. Flat Bob says people from Iowa all look the same. So, okay. Let's go through Ashton Kutcher's career here. I mean, there's a lot to unpack here. Actually, you know what? Let's set the stage with the weirdness first. Then we'll go through it. I mean, look how weird this entire gala is here. These white parties, freak-off parties. Just all of the weirdness that is Hollyweird. And you got Ashton Kutcher and P. Diddy in the middle of it all.
Lost myself at a Diddy party. Didn't know that's how it goes. I was in it for a new Ferrari, but it cost me way more. Wasn't worth all the fortune. Lost myself at a Diddy party. Didn't know that's how it goes. I was in it for a new Ferrari, but it cost me way more than my soul. Wasn't worth all the fortune and fame. Lost myself at a didn't know that's how it goes.
Anybody else find this kind of weird? I mean, they're swinging on white swings over a pool and celebrating. What's going on behind the scenes here? Flat Bob mentioned the music. Yeah, that's allegedly a Justin Bieber AI song about blowing the whistle, and I floated this conspiracy. Perhaps Bieber released it and then allowed other people to pretend it was AI so he could have the plausible deniability. I don't want to go over the clips with Bieber and P. Diddy. We've gone over them on other podcasts before. Very disgusting stuff. We went over that on the P. Diddy conspiracy episode. You can check that out. So let's look here. Let's go through the history of Ashton Kutcher, the basic history on Wikipedia, then we'll get into all of the conspiratorial stuff. So he began his acting career as Michael Kelso in the 70s show 1998 to 2006. He made his film debut in the romantic comedy Coming Soon 1999. You know what's kind of weird? Before I found out about the conspiracy, like before I found out about this bromance, I never actually liked P. Diddy or his music and whatever you want to call it in any way. He just had that look of just like a complete scum. So I was, and then there were the Tupac rumors that he was the one that actually orchestrated the hit on Tupac, which is a whole nother thing. You can check out the Tupac conspiracy here on MINDSHOCK. Check that out. I go into all those details, as well as Tupac supposedly being a CIA plant himself of the homo persuasion. Anyway, so the Kutcher, I never watched that 70s show. I thought I just didn't find the humor appealing. Other than that one conspiracy guy, he was kind of hilarious, the stoner conspiracy guy. Other than that guy, the show just seemed very, very flat and not funny in any way. But I actually did see a bunch of Ashton Kutcher movies. I actually thought the movies were pretty decent. Was that one movie, The Guardian, with Kevin Costner? That was decent. Some of his comedies were decent. I've actually haven't seen Coming Soon. Ugh, Ryan Reynolds. Oh, man. Not going to be able to stomach that. But, yeah, I've seen a couple of his other movies. They were actually pretty interesting. He was in Reindeer Games with Ben Affleck? I don't even remember that. So, also, Dude, My Car is unwatchable Illuminati filth. But, I saw, Just Married, 2003, My Boss's Daughter, 2003, Cheaper by the Dozen, 2003, he had an active 2003, Butterfly Effect, one of my favorites, excellent film, really makes you think. Guess Who Did not see A Lot Like Love with Ashton Kutcher and Amanda Peet. Actually, maybe I did. A lot of those years kind of blend together. Did not see Bobby. The Guardian, yeah, The Guardian was pretty decent. That was 2006. What Happens in Vegas? Ashton Kutcher and Cameron Diaz. Did not see that one. Spread 2009, that with Anne Hesh, which is kind of interesting, considering what happened to Anne Hesh. That movie was actually pretty decent as well. Dark Side of Hollywood. Personal Effects, Kutcher and Michelle Pfeiffer. Don't know if I've seen that one. Yeah, so that's probably... Oh, and then Killers with Katherine Heigl and Ashton Kutcher. And No Strings Attached with Natalie Portman and Ashton Kutcher. So I've seen quite a lot of his movies. That's about it. He's done a couple other ones. I actually thought he was kind of decent in the movies. But again, all of this completely unwatchable now. This was before I knew anything about him, or is the behind the scenes of just this Illuminati filth lifestyle. Flat Bob says Butterfly Effect was decent. Yeah, make sure you watch the alternate endings and the deleted scenes. I mean, that really was an interesting film. Monday says, was Masterson and Diddy doing to fire a warning to Iowa boy Ashton? His wife was 15 or 16 when they started 70s. Flat Bob says, what happened to Anne Hesh? Flat Bob says, didn't he do a movie with Bernie Mac? Yeah, that was Guess Who. Yeah, that was decent as well. Yeah, he had some decent movies. I mean, what happened to Anne Hesh is indeed a very interesting question. Some people allege that she was working... Here, hold on a second. Alleged that she was working on some kind of child human trafficking documentary. And then there was this high-speed car chase and crash and really weird stuff. We kind of went over some of it. I forgot which episode we went over some of that, but perhaps on the Paul Walker episode. Heracles says, didn't Bernie talk out of turn before his early passing? There was something about that. Carol says, his virtue signaling with the human trafficking software, how transparent. Yeah, we're going to get to that. We're going to get to all of that. I mean, truly mind-shocking stuff coming up here. But let me just go through his brief biography here on Wiki, and then we'll get to all that stuff. So he was involved. He's actually an investor in several high-tech startups. So early life, Kutcher born Feb 7th, 1978, Cedar Rapids, Iowa. To Diane, a Procter and Gamble employee. And Procter and Gamble has quite the storied history within Illuminati lore. But it doesn't say she was any kind of high-ranking employee, but who knows. And Larry Kutcher, a factory worker. He has Czech, German, and Irish ancestry. Raised in a relatively conservative Catholic family. He has an older sister named Tasha and a fraternal twin brother named Michael, who had a heart transplant when the brothers were young children. Michael also has cerebral palsy and is a spokesperson for the advocacy organization Reaching for the Stars. Michael's cardiomyopathy caused Kutcher's home life to become increasingly stressful. He said he didn't want to come home and find more bad news about his brother, stating, "I kept myself so busy that I didn't allow myself to feel." Kutcher stated that when he was 13, he contemplated committing suicide to save his brother's life with a heart transplant. And I do wonder if there were some kind of Illuminati pacts made in any way. Again, we don't really know that much about his mother or how high-ranking a Procter & Gamble employee she was, but this is Kutcher with his brother. But yeah, you gotta wonder if deals were made. Here's a more recent photo of him and his brother here. So he received a life-saving heart transplant at age 13. Okay. So he told his father he was considering jumping from a Cedar Rapids hospital balcony. His father dissuaded him from doing so shortly before doctors announced that a transplant had become available from an accident victim in another state. Kutcher attended Washington High School in Cedar Rapids for freshman year before his family moved to Homestead, Iowa, where he attended Clear Creek Amana High School. During high school, he developed a passion for acting and appeared in school plays. During his senior year, he broke into his high school at midnight with his cousin in an attempt to steal money. He was arrested leaving the scene. And again, you have to wonder, was this organic or was there some kind of influence here? You gotta wonder if there was more to that story. Kutcher was and why are they stealing money? I mean, both of his parents work, so and back then in the 70s and 80s, so this would have been in the 80s, maybe even early 90s. I mean, inflation wasn't that bad. If you have two working parents back then, you might be okay, unless of course insurance, medical bills for the transplant, but Scott Sconner, we'll get to the trials. We'll get to the child trafficking and all of that in a little bit. I just want to do the background here because there are some, what are we going to call them? Coincidences or anomalies, abnormalities in his early life as well. So Kutcher was convicted of third-degree burglary, sentenced to 3 years probation, 100 hours of community service. Kutcher stated that although the experience straightened him out, he lost his girlfriend and anticipated college scholarships and was ostracized at school and in his community. Kutcher enrolled at the University of Iowa in August '96, where his planned major was biochemical engineering, motivated by his desire to cure his brother's heart ailment. At college, Kutcher was kicked out of his apartment for being too noisy and wild. Kutcher stated, "I thought I knew everything but didn't have a clue. I was partying and I woke up many mornings not knowing what I had done the night before. I played way too hard. I am amazed I am not dead." So this is all before even meeting P. Diddy. To earn tuition money, Kutcher worked as a college summer hire in the cereal department for the General Mills plant in Cedar Rapids and sometimes sold his blood plasma. How broke are his parents that they can't afford college in Iowa in the early 90s? I mean, let's see how much this cost. University of Iowa tuition, 1996. So, an undergraduate resident, it was $1,235. So he's got two working parents. One of them works for Procter and Gamble. And so, again, I mean, unless they have no health insurance to cover his brother, I mean, if they have no health insurance coverage and they're paying out of pocket, okay, maybe. But if they actually have health insurance, which they should, I mean, if the mother's working at Procter and Gamble, they don't have any kind of family health insurance plan. I mean, even his father should have some kind of plan through the factory. I mean, I don't know. This story, like I said, there's a lot of abnormalities here. So they can't afford $1,000 in tuition money? So he's selling blood? I mean, it's also kind of curious. So you got General Mills, Procter and Gamble, like these big-time Illuminati companies. And he's selling blood plasma. There's not really further story, though. It's selling to whom? I mean, while at the University of Iowa, he was approached by a model scout at the Airliner Bar in Iowa City and entered the Fresh Faces of Iowa modeling competition. Placing first, he won a trip to New York City's International Modeling and Talent Association convention. Leaving Iowa for a stay in New York City, Kutcher then returned to Cedar Rapids before relocating to LA to pursue a career in acting. Let me just, let me double check the lag here. Just give me a second. Okay, should be good. So, yeah, some anomalies in his early life. So he went to New York. Now he's relocating to Los Angeles, the City of Angels, or perhaps the City of Fallen Angels. Seabass, yeah, we're going to get to the Thorn Company. We're going to get to all of that. We're going in order here. Acting, so, okay, modeling. So that modeling competition was in 98. He signed with Next modeling agency in New York, appeared in commercials for Calvin Klein, modeled in Paris and Milan. So this is a guy who in 1998 is now globe-trotting. So he would have been 20. He would have been 20 by this time. 19 or 20. So his birthday's in February, so probably 20. So he's 20 years old, mingling in international modeling, Paris, Milan, Calvin Klein. A lot of Illuminati connections to be made there. Acting. Following his success in modeling, Kutcher moved to LA after his first audition. He was cast as Michael Kelso in the television station that 70s show ran from 98 to 06. Kutcher was cast in a series of film roles, though he auditioned but was not cast for the role of Danny Walker in Pearl Harbor, replaced by Josh Hartnett. He starred in several comedy films, including Dude, Where's My Car?, Just Married, Guess Who? He appeared in the 2003 family film Cheaper by the Dozen as a self-obsessed actor. In the 2004 drama The Butterfly Effect, Kutcher played a conflicted young man who time travels. While the film received negative reviews, it was a box office success. I mean, that's actually one of the best time-traveling movies. I don't know why that gets bad reviews. In 2003, Kutcher produced and starred as the host in his own TV series, MTV's Punk'd, that involved hidden camera tricks performed on celebrities. He's also the executive producer of the reality television show Beauty and the Geek Adventures in Hollywood, based around the rap group 3 6 Mafia. So this random white guy from Iowa is producing reality TV shows about rap groups like Adventures in Hollywood. So, you know what's kind of crazy? So he's how does he start producing? How many people of his age? So he's 20 in 98. So he's around 25. So he's around 24, 25. And he's already producing shows in Hollywood? Off of what? Off of a TV show? Like, how many people, like, what's going on behind the scenes? You gotta ask these questions. So, I mean, he barely did any movies by that point. None of them were, like, super major blockbusters. I mean, how does he have the clout? Because Punk'd premiered before Butterfly Effect. So Butterfly Effect was kind of one of his first really big movies. And so he's already producing his own series? I mean, that's a little weird. What happened behind the scenes to give him that kind of push? Now, I'm going to float a theory in a moment on Punk'd actually being messages to celebrities who were either did something out of line, like they either refused to toe the Illuminati propaganda line, or they were kind of on the fence about it. And Punk'd was kind of, there were some double meanings in some of the Punk'd skits in targeting very specific celebrities, and we're going to get into all of that. I mean, Punk'd was hilarious, don't get me wrong, but was there something more than meets the eye to that show? And again, why did it stop? Carol Stanhope says lots of casting couches. Yeah, but even casting couches, how often do people get to produce off casting couches? Casting couches are for acting breaks. Like, this guy in his early 20s who's done almost nothing is now producing television shows? And including television shows about rap music groups? Like this random white guy from Iowa? There's something weird about all of this. There is something incredibly weird about Ashton Kutcher's entire life and his meteoric rise in Hollywood. Yorkie Nana, welcome. On another note, is the Time Traveler Titor predictions coming true? I'm actually going to be doing a podcast on that as well. John Titor, incredible testimony. There's actually a couple of lesser-known claims in the story that actually support the possibility that he might be telling the truth. Or there's something else going on. Like somebody knows about the simulation and they made up the John Titor story while knowing the future and something about time travel. Seabass says, made up backstory combined with real backstory or two fake backstories overlapping in an inconsistent way. Possibly. Yeah, we don't know how much is a psyop. We do not know. However, I'm just comparing Kutcher to other celebrities of his age. I mean, it's kind of unusual for a random white boy from Iowa all of a sudden producing reality TV shows about rap music groups, getting his own reality TV show. I mean, this is kind of unusual. And then eventually moving into venture capitalism. I mean, this is kind of unusual for a random young white boy from Iowa who's has this out of nowhere clout. Whenever you see somebody with out of nowhere clout, I mean, that's an issue. That's an Illuminati red flag. So I'm going to postulate that something was going on way before he ever even met P. Diddy. And there were certain contracts that had to be fulfilled. And we're just scratching the surface here. I mean, somebody needs to make a movie about this guy's life, because this is the most inorganic, unnatural rise to fame I have ever seen. So he also produced The Real Wedding Crashers and the game show Opportunity Knocks. Many of his production credits, including Punk'd, come through Catalyst Films with a K, a production company he runs with his partner, Jason Goldberg. Now, this is a whole nother rabbit hole with Catalyst with a K and Jason Goldberg here. So, this is just another rabbit hole here. So he actually produced Guess Who and The Butterfly Effect, Kutcher's films, but this was all after Punk'd, though. Punk'd was 2003. So Punk'd began working as a producer in 1994, almost a decade prior to becoming involved with Ashton Kutcher. Now, what prompts an established, experienced producer to suddenly partner with this young white boy from Iowa? I mean, again, how often do random it's not like Ashton was winning Academy Awards as like a child actor and he's already established. He comes out and he's doing some kind of lowbrow 70s show, comedy show. And all of a sudden, Jason Goldberg is forming a production company with Ashton Kutcher? Another curiosity is Goldberg is married to Soleil Moon Frye, the child actress Punky Brewster. So Ashton Kutcher is partners with an experienced producer who married Punky Brewster. So, I mean, you can't make this stuff up. I mean, I don't know what's going on here, but the amount of connections that seemingly come out of nowhere, like what kind of deals were made behind the scenes with all of these people? And there's not even that much information on Jason Goldberg even out there. So Catalyst Media, it's actually gonna get even sketchier, because Ashton Kutcher and Jason Goldberg actually launched the Catalyst Network in 2000, before Ashton did anything. So this is a brand new actor to Hollywood who's got like a TV show, and maybe he did what? Dude, Where's My Car? Like one movie. And I don't know the date. I don't have the date here. Let's see if we can find out when Catalyst Media was incorporated. It just says founded in 2000. It went defunct in 2012. The only two founders are Ashton Kutcher and Jason Goldberg. So they founded the Catalyst Network with a K 3 years prior to Punk'd. What kind of a decade-long established producer married to Punky Brewster is just going to start a company with just random white kid from Iowa who's got like 2 credits? Does anybody find any of this weird? And why is there so little information out there on Jason Goldberg? So he's active from 1995. I mean, he's still active now, but so none of this really makes any sense. Like, does anybody have something comparable to this? Where some kind of new actor to Hollywood with almost no experience, just a small handful of credits, is all of a sudden starting production companies in pre-social media Hollywood? See, post-social media Hollywood's a weird place. I mean, anybody could start a production company, random no-names. See, back in the year 2000, you kind of had to be legit with real connections to start your own production company, doing shows for MTV and producing major A-list Hollywood releases. How did I mean, none of this makes any sense. I mean, I'm not sure. And there's just so little information about this guy. I mean, for someone of his stature, I mean, obviously there's information out there. He's on IMDb, he's got a very short wiki. But for someone of the level of what he's done, there's actually not that much information about him. And I'm also curious as to how exactly he got started. Because he first started producing in 95, so out of nowhere, he starts producing a movie. Homage was the first one, with Blythe Danner, Frank Whaley. I don't know any of these people. I don't know what kind of movie this is. I wonder, is this a theatrical release? Yeah, looks like it was. It was Arrow and Skyline Entertainment Partners. $400,000 budget. I mean, for 1995, first-time producer out of nowhere. This is before he married Punky Brewster. So before he married Punky Brewster, Jason Goldberg, out of nowhere, is suddenly producing theatrical release films for $400,000. In his second producing, so apparently he was uncredited in 95. His first credit is 1997, but he's listed IMDb credits here: Cafe Society with Frank Whaley and Peter Gallagher and Lara Flynn Boyle. So this is a major release here. This is a major release. $3.5 million budget. How is Jason Goldberg coming out of nowhere and suddenly producing these huge films? I mean, does this make any sense to anybody? And how does he just randomly form a major production company with a close to no name actor? You know, he's Ashton at the time, part of an ensemble cast. It's not like he was the sole lead of a major TV show. I mean, 70s Show was kind of major, had pretty good ratings, but it's a huge ensemble cast. It's not like he's the only character. And then he does Dude, Where's My Car?, which may or may not have been made before. I don't have a date here on the formation of Catalyst in the year 2000. So who is Jason Goldberg? I mean, and how does he come out of nowhere and just start producing these major films? I mean, I just can't really find much on this guy. He's also a mental performance coach. Oh, this might be a different Jason Goldberg. Never mind. This is a different Jason Goldberg. Yeah, so this guy's just out of nowhere. Like, there's no backstory on Jason Goldberg. Like, who is this guy? And how does he come out of nowhere? And then he's all of a sudden best buddies and business partners with an actor with relatively little clout. I mean, obviously he had enough clout to get acting roles. How does Ashton Kutcher, the relatively new actor who's only done that 70s show and one or two movies, smaller movies at the time, how is he all of a sudden becoming a major Hollywood producer? Does any other individual in Hollywood have this kind of a backstory? And we're just getting started here. We haven't even begun to examine the bigger anomalies. This story doesn't make any sense to me. Who is Jason Goldberg really? What kind of connections does Jason Goldberg have to just out of the gate start producing major Hollywood films? I mean, you don't just start producing major Hollywood films. And his Wikipedia entry has nothing about his backstory. It just says, oh, he just started producing in 1994 with Homage, and then Cafe Society with Lara Flynn Boyle and Peter Gallagher. Multi-million-dollar films. He just starts producing. And then all of a sudden, he and Ashton Kutcher run the production company Catalyst Films. And he's also on the board of directors at Environmental Media Association, an environmental action group based in LA. So he doesn't marry Punky Brewster until 1998. So where did his clout come from before that? Because, I mean, if he marries Punky Brewster, I suppose she has a lot of connections, but this is all before her. So how did he get any connections to just randomly start producing multi-million-dollar theatrical releases? Carol Stanhope says Mossad asset, perhaps. Well, now you're talking. So if he's some kind of an asset, CIA, Mossad, whatever, Operation Mockingbird in Hollywood, is he grooming Ashton Kutcher to become some high-ranking Illuminati cabal member? I mean, why would he take a close... See, obviously, Ashton's not a nobody. He's on that 70s show. It's pretty successful. But again, there's a lot of actors who are that level of success that don't all of a sudden get to run their own production companies and run their own shows on MTV. I mean, Ashton Kutcher is pretty much the only one in that category. Why is he in that category, and how? Yorkie Nana says Ashton seemed to be willing to go along with the game. Yeah, but even if he was, I mean, look at all these other actors and actresses who were willing to go along with the game. They don't get catapulted to this level as producers. I mean, that's what's curious. What kind of a deal did Kutcher make with the Illuminati cabal behind the scenes to get catapulted into producer status? Seabass says, groomed from birth, but put in some production so that he would be recognized in later plans like his Thorn company. Seems like he became a handler or groomer with Punk'd. Yeah, I think Punk'd is very central to what's going on here. Carol Stanhope says, someone called in a favor. Yeah, but who and how and why? Because usually with these, with the nepotism or the cronyism, I mean, they're pretty open about it. Like, so-and-so with friends with so-and-so, or family this, family that. Jason Goldberg has nothing in his background. I don't see anything online in his background. It's like he's a ghost or a spook. I mean, Carol Stanhope might have got it right. If he's a CIA or Mossad asset, he wouldn't... I mean, you would think they might, fabricate some kind of backstory. But, I mean, there's two options for being an asset. You either have no backstory, or you have a painfully obvious fabricated one. He has no backstory. That's weird. That's just weird. Just catching up here. Seabass says, like Adam Sandler, from stand-up comedian to producer and director and writer, I think, too. Yeah, but that was way over time. I mean, a lot of actors, like, regardless of whether, you know, they were organic or not. I should do an Adam Sandler podcast. But Sandler didn't start producing until way later. Although his start, I mean, at least they bothered coming up with connection. If Sandler's backstory is all fabricated, at least they bothered coming up with something. I mean, with Kutcher and Goldberg, there's nothing here. There's nothing here. There's no backstory here. So Sandler's from Crooklyn, born in, wow, that's interesting. Born September 9th, 1966. So he's born 9/9/66. Wow. Interesting. So he actually graduated from NYU's Tisch School of the Arts with acting. So, I mean, it's a little bit more plausible. I mean, he kind of worked his way up, though, didn't he? So in 87, he started on The Cosby Show, then the MTV Game Show, then Going Overboard in 89, quite painful. Then he did comedy clubs. I mean, he seemed, regardless of whether he was propped up or not, he paid some kind of dues. Whether his rise was manufactured or not, Sandler paid some kind of dues. I mean, he was in a lot of smaller movies before he got Billy Madison and then Happy Gilmore. Then he went big time A-list. But let's see here, with Sandler producing, I mean, a lot of actors move into producing way later in life, which I think was the case with Sandler. So it's not quite as suspicious. Let's see what his first producing credit is here. He has 68 credits now. But his first producing, he did a music video. That kind of makes sense. In 96, he did a music video. He did a TV special in 96. And then he produced The Waterboy in 98. So yeah, he didn't produce a film until after the success of Billy Madison, Happy Gilmore. I mean, Happy Gilmore was kind of huge. So, yeah, Adam Sandler seems a little bit more organic. Even whether he is or he isn't, he seems to be. Like, the paper trail makes a lot more sense with Sandler. Kutcher doesn't make any sense at all here. So, okay, let's continue here. So, 2004 interviewer described Kutcher as a hunky young actor who was heading in all different directions at once, including the hot LA restaurant Dulce or Dolce. Wait, what does that mean? Is he owning a restaurant in 04 now, too? If anything, I'm a trier, says Kutcher between puffs of filtered Lucky Strikes. I think more than anything, it comes from the fact that my father always had several irons in the fire. Also, I don't want to fail. If something doesn't work out, if that 70s show got canceled or if I wasn't going to have a film career, I always wanted to have backup contingency plans, so I just started doing other things. And on a half-hour sitcom, you're really only working for 30 hours a week. It allows me a lot of time for sitting around, which I always kind of filled with work. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't mean people are just going to hand you production companies, though. Like, there's a lot. I mean, that's kind of weird. Because of scheduling conflicts with the filming of The Guardian, Kutcher was unable to renew his contract for the 8th and final season of that 70s show, although he appeared in his first 4 episodes. and returned for the series finale. Kutcher produced and starred in the 2010 action comedy Killers, in which he played a hitman. In 2011, Kutcher was announced as Charlie Sheen's replacement on the series 2.5 Men. Kutcher's contract was for 1 year and was believed to be worth nearly $20 million. His debut as the character Walden Schmidt, entitled Nice to Meet You, Walden Schmidt, was seen by 28.7 million people September 19, 2011. Nielsen Ratings Company reported that that figure was more than any episode in the show's first 8 seasons when Sheen starred in it. Kutcher earned $750,000 an episode on the show. The show ended with a 40-minute series finale. Of course, he's dead February 19, 2015. Kutcher appeared in a Pop Chips ad campaign May 2012. The campaign featured Kutcher as an Indian man named Raj who was looking for love in a dating ad-style spoof. Kutcher's use of brown face paint and a stereotypical Indian accent received criticism from online viewers and members of the Indian American community. Let's see this ad. Like, what's going on with this ad? That's so weird because it doesn't really look like him in the ad. I'll put it on the screen in a second. I wonder what the deal with this ad is. One second here. Alright, let's take a look at this. It doesn't really look like him. I guess kinda. But, like, what is going on here? So he's playing all these weird characters. One of them is this Indian guy. Okay, I mean, humiliation ritual? I don't know. What does everybody make of this? That's weird. Kutcher appeared as a guest shark during the 7th season of reality TV show Shark Tank, premiered September 25th, 2015. 2016, he appeared in the Candy Quahog Marshmallow episode of Family Guy. From 16 to 20, Kutcher co-starred in the Netflix series The Ranch alongside Danny Masterson. So Danny Masterson, which for people don't know, he was convicted of various deviancies. And we'll get into how Ashton Kutcher and his wife Mila Kunis continued supporting this guy even after conviction. I mean, it's kind of crazy. So, Masterson, now 49 years old. It's kind of crazy. He was married to Bijou Phillips. That's crazy. 2011 to 2023. So he was convicted May 2023 of sexual crimes against 2 women dating back to 2003. A third count resulted in a hung jury. He was sentenced 30 years to life. He's also a Scientologist, as well as his victims were And there's a whole conspiracy of how the Church of Scientology attempted to silence the victims and just ongoing interference in the case, causing a 20-year delay, including possibly murders. So there's a lot of dark conspiracies here. And Masterson actually started DJing at Los Angeles nightclubs in 1998. And his DJ name was DJ Donkey Punch. So for those that don't know, Donkey Punch is the sexual practice of inflicting blunt force trauma to the back of the head or lower back of the receiving partner during anal or vaginal sex as an attempt by the penetrating partner to induce involuntary tightening of the internal or external anal sphincter muscles or vaginal passage of the receiving partner. So this is the guy's chosen moniker. Now, what else is weird? We're going to have a tie-in here to the Enron scandal. So Donkey Punch was one of the several slang terms used by Enron traders to refer to their price gouging methods. I mean, wow, that's weird. So these were recordings going back to 2000, 2001. Very weird. So anyway, these are the kinds of people you're dealing with. Apparently, there's plenty of other victims as well. I mean, just the rabbit holes with Masterson go on for quite a bit. And obviously, I kind of want to focus on Ashton Kutcher and P. Diddy here. But there are spider webs going into many other cases. Venture capital. Beyond the entertainment world, Kutcher has invested in several high-tech startups. 6 startups as of August 2017. Neighborly, ZenReach, ResearchGate, and Duolingo, Kapari Beauty, and most recently Lemonade. He is a co-founder of the venture capital firm A Grade Investments. Now, this was founded in 2010 by Kutcher and entertainment manager Guy Ozieri and billionaire investor Ron Burkle to invest in tech startup companies. So, as strange as that is, in 2010, having a lot more clout on the back of producing and acting and all of this, that's still kind of strange that he's buddy with billionaires all of a sudden, because most actors in his position are not. So that's still kind of strange on what's going on behind the scenes there. But by 2010, it's slightly less strange. How is a 22-year-old in the year 2000 all of a sudden forming major production companies in Hollywood? That's a lot stranger to me. Christopher X. Miller says, I was in a punk band named Donkey Punch when I was in high school. Interesting. Malcolm says, too much anal talk. Yorkie Nana says, Hollywood seems to encourage bad behavior. Indeed. The Ant1747 says, Ashton does kind of look like Eugene Martin. Sorry, I'm watching from the beginning. The resemblance is kind of crazy. Indeed it is. Indeed it is. That's why I brought it up. Seabass says they sent a letter to the judge and asked them to be lenient on Masterson. Yeah, I'm gonna get into that. I think that might have been some kind of Illuminati contractual obligation, possibly connected to Scientology, and they didn't actually want to do it, but they had to because of either the blackmail, the dirt, whatever P. Diddy has on them and everybody, or whatever it is. But let's continue the breakdown here. So, okay. So, Kutcher, Osieri, and Burkle started by initially investing $30 million of their own funds in 2010 when they founded the firm. By 2016, Forbes valued the firm's holdings at $236 million. So more than $250 million. That's not bad for some random guy from Iowa. At SXSW on March 14, 2015, Kutcher announced Sound Ventures, the successor to A-Grade Investments, managing a fund backed by institutional funding. On October 29, 2013, Lenovo announced that it hired Kutcher as a product engineer. What? How is he an engineer? For Lenovo? A top computer company? So this is 2013. Okay, still strange. Kutcher was part of the management team for Uma, a tech startup launched in September 2007. Uma is the voice-over internet protocol business, and Kutcher's role was as creative director. Makes a lot more sense than product engineer. He spearheaded a marketing campaign and produced viral videos to promote this service. Kutcher also created an interactive arm of Catalyst called Catalyst Media, with his partner from Catalyst Films, Jason Goldberg. Their first site was the animated cartoon Blah Girls. Uma revamped its sales and marketing strategy with new management team in the summer of 2008, replacing Kutcher as their creative director. Rich Buchanan from Sling Media became Uma's chief marketing officer. Kutcher has invested in an Italian restaurant. See, this isn't strange, because Hollywood actors often invest in restaurants, so this is not strange at all. But everything else is definitely strange. Other owners included Danny Masterson and Wilmer Valderrama, the Brat Pack, and a Japanese-themed restaurant named Geisha House with locations in Atlanta, LA, and New York. Geisha House went out of business June 1st, 2013. In 2019, Ashton Kutcher, Mark Cuban, Steve Watts, and Watts' wife Angela invested a 50% stake in Veldskoen Shoes, fledgling U.S. business. That's an interesting combo. In 2021, Kutcher invested in Mia Tech, an Israeli company that develops meat using 3D printing. That sounds ominous. Other works, I do wonder if Goldberg is some kind of a Mossad asset. Although 20 years to cash in a chip in Israel, I don't know, that seems like a long time, but. In 2009, Kutcher established an international human rights organization with his then-wife, Demi Moore, the DNA Foundation, later known as Thorn. Digital Defenders of Children. March 23rd, 2011, Kutcher launched his own Twitter client with Uber Media called A+. While the app was initially available exclusively for desktop with Adobe Air installed, it eventually became available on mobile platforms, iPhone, Android, and BlackBerry. In order to download on one of the three mobile platforms, users must first have the Uber social client installed on their device, proceed to device browsers to download A+. In 2013, Kutcher and Evan Beard and Kendall DeBoggy launched A+, where Kutcher is chairman of the board. Initially a product discovery service, it morphed in April 2014 to a social media-driven content platform focused on upbeat stories. It officially launched that incarnation in January 2015. It has reportedly 27.5 million monthly uniques in the U.S., has an Alexa rank of 11,787, 4,019 in the U.S., ranked by Quantcast as a top 50 site in the U.S. in terms of unique visitors. That's kind of crazy. It was a top 50 sites in the U.S. of all the internet. Huh. So it's going to get crazy here. In 2016, Kutcher was assailed on stage by a protester while speaking at an Airbnb event in LA, who criticized the company for allowing Israeli settlers list their homes in the illegally occupied West Bank on the website. Kutcher was an early investor in the company. In 2018, Kutcher attended the Western Region Gala of Friends of the Israeli Defense Forces, which raised over $60 million for IDF soldiers. So here it's getting curious here. So here is Ashton Kutcher at an IDF gala for Israeli soldiers. So again, was this all some kind of a really long game where Kutcher signed up? He just signed on the dotted line for everything. And they just told him he would have to do things later. And yes, that is none other than Gerard Butler sitting next to him at the FIDF Western Region Gala. And who do we have here? That is the one and only Fran Drescher, the nanny, the former wife of Shiva Ayyadurai. You can't make this stuff up, people. I postulated that she was a handler for Shiva Ayyadurai. I mean, the plot thickens so severely here. So she actually, I don't know if she was officially married to Shiva. They were in a long-term relationship. Just fact-checking here. Yeah, I don't know if she actually married Shiva Ayyadurai. Let's see here. Okay, so they had a ceremony. Okay, so they had a marriage ceremony where they tweeted that they were married, but Ayyadurai later said it wasn't formal, and it was a spiritual ceremony with close friends and family. Wow. Okay, so they were quasi-married. I don't know if there's an official certificate. Anyway, here is Ashton Kutcher with Fran Drescher at an IDF gala raising money for Israeli soldiers. Now again, if Jason Goldberg is some kind of Mossad Israeli asset, and Kutcher now, the piper needs to be paid. Welcome, Sandro. Is Kutcher now, 20 years later, does he now have to pay the piper for the deals he made to be catapulted into production companies and superstardom? Is that what's going on here? I don't know. Kutcher just has the most unusual life story. One of the most unusual life stories in Hollywood I have ever seen. In 2022, Kutcher and his wife Mila Kunis started a GoFundMe for two online companies, Airbnb and Flexport, to aid refugees fleeing violence in Ukraine perpetrated by Russia's military. They raised $34 million as of March 2022. These two organizations are on the ground helping people in Poland and Romania. The couple promised to match the funding. Kunis is a native of Ukraine. Mila Kunis' story is a little bit weird, too. Apparently, her father enrolled her in acting classes at Beverly Hills Studios. On her first audition, she lands the role for a Barbie commercial. So this is her first year at age 9? Oh no, she's not 9. She started acting classes at 9. Her first television role was in '94, Days of Our Lives. A few months later, 2 appearances on Baywatch. She also appeared on Seventh Heaven and Walker, Texas Ranger with Chuck Norris. Wow. Very interesting. So she would have been... Oh, wow. She would have been 11. Around 11 years old at this time. Okay. So, alright. A lot of weirdness here. Now, let's get to... So that's pretty much most of Kutcher's story here. I mean, let's go through a little bit more before we get into the specifics. So, marriages and relationship. February 2001, Ashley Ellerin, who Ashton Kutcher was dating at the time, was murdered. This is a huge conspiracy, by the way. Again, this is why I'm doing this episode. I mean, Ashton Kutcher has more strangeness in his life, even for Hollywood, even amongst Hollyweird people. I mean, his life is way weirder than the average weird life of a Hollyweird actor. So, while never officially a suspect, Kutcher testified at the 2019 trial of serial killer Michael Gargiulo. Kutcher stated on that night that Ellerin was murdered. Kutcher had arrived to pick her up for a date, but she had not answered the door. His info helped establish the time of death. Gargiulo was found guilty, sentenced to death July 16, 2021 for her murder. Now, the coincidence theorists maintain that his DNA was found at the scene, but here's the thing. Whether Ashton Kutcher did or didn't kill her, apparently there are theories that he did enter and he found her body, but he didn't want to be associated with finding the body of a dead person, and all of that would entail. So he just went to a party instead and had somebody else find her. Other people allege that he's actually guilty for her death and that, his handlers, because this is 2001, so this is post-fame of That 70s Show. This is post founding the production company Catalyst with Goldberg. So if his handler has all these connections, they could have easily just planted or switched a label at the lab to blame it on a known serial killer. Anyway, let's get to another coincidence. In late 2002, he began dating Brittany Murphy, his co-star in Just Married. So that's not one, but 2 girlfriends that end up dead. I mean, she doesn't die until 2009, but Brittany Murphy actually died at age 32. I thought she was younger. So anyway, so Ashton Kutcher has had not one, but two girlfriends die. Possibly more. Other people speculate there could have been others. But anyway, Kutcher and Demi Moore met in 2003, married September 24th, 2005. And Demi Moore has a very, very deep history in Hollywood. I don't know if I want to go too far into her history. 6 years later, November 17, 2011, Moore announced her intention to end the marriage. After more than a year of separation, Kutcher filed for divorce from Moore December 21st, 2012. That's an interesting date because that's the Mayan end of the world. 12/21/2012. In LA Superior Court, citing irreconcilable differences. The divorce was finalized November 26, 2013. Kutcher began dating his former 70s show co-star Mila Kunis during the first half of 2012. After they became engaged in February 2014, she gave birth to a daughter October 2014. Kunis married Kutcher July 2015. She gave birth to a son in November 2016. Family resides in a sustainable farmhouse designed by the couple and architect Howard Backen in Beverly Hills. Interest in and beliefs. 2009, Kutcher described himself as a fiscal conservative and social liberal. He's a gun owner but supports new gun laws to help stop mass shootings. Following the 2017 mass shooting in Vegas, he said on Twitter, "I've had a gun since I was 12 years old, but enough is enough. I'm a hunter and a sportsman, but nobody needs assault rifles. Let's pray, then let's change the law." So that should tell you pretty much all you need to know about this guy. What a shill. This is kind of weird. September 17th, 2008, Kutcher was named the assistant coach for the freshman football team at Harvard Westlake School in Los Angeles. However, he was unable to return in 2009 because he was filming a spread. So he was an assistant freshman football coach. That kind of sounds ominous. For the freshman football team, why would they need him as a coach? What does he know about football? Did he play football? I mean, maybe he did. I don't see that here on this write-up. Kutcher grew up as a Catholic. As an adult, he practices Kabbalah and has visited Israel and studied the Torah. So let's take a look at this interview. I don't have a date here. Let me get a date for this interview because this interview is weird. So this interview has apparently been scrubbed from YouTube, but obviously Bruce McGuire, yours truly, has his ways in finding previously scrubbed videos from the interwebs. So here it is. This is a video with this is an interview with Israeli media.
And then another time I came here for to meet my friend. It was Rosh Hashanah, and I'd never experienced a Rosh Hashanah in Israel, so I thought it'd be interesting to come and see what that was about.
Is it because of the Kabbalah? Because of your connection to the Kabbalah?
One of my best friends runs the Kabbalah Center, so I came to visit with him.
You know, it's almost part of the American dream, the Kabbalah now. You know, whoever makes it big in America is also interested in Kabbalah, Madonna, and, you know, the Donna Karan and so on.
I don't know about that.
What did you find in the Kabbalah?
I think we're made fun of more than admired, actually, to be quite honest. But that's okay. What did I find in it? What do I find interesting? You know, the greatest thing that I ever... and then another time I came here for to meet my friend. It was Rosh Hashanah, and I'd never experienced a Rosh Hashanah in Israel, so I thought it'd be interesting to come and see what that was about.
Is it because of the Kabbalah? Because of your connection to the Kabbalah?
One of my best friends runs.
So, I mean, this interview is quite old. He looks very young here. So, he's been visiting Israel multiple times at the beginning of his career, and his best friend runs a Kabbalah center? What? What? So I found this article from Huffington Post. Ashton Kutcher's best friend is a rabbi. So I don't know if this is the same best friend he's mentioning here, but this is from a Huffington Post article by Katie Hall, March 18th, 2010. Sure, he's got Demi Moore, but Ashton Kutcher's wife is not the only number one in his life. My best friend, Yehuda Berg. Kutcher, 31, announced Wednesday night at the GQ magazine, The Gentleman's Ball in New York City, where he presented the Kabbalist with an award for being an agent of change. To me, he's not a rabbi, he's my best friend. Okay. So, how did these two get introduced? So, that's an interesting question here. How is Ashton Kutcher's best friend a Kabbalist? A Kabbalist rabbi? Now, again, does it all go back to Jason Goldberg? I don't know. None of this information is available anywhere. But there's just this long string of curiosity. So he's visiting Israel many times already. Kutcher went on to explain, if you truly want to change the world, you have to start by changing yourself. Berg taught me that, and it's been the most important lesson of my life. Though the star wouldn't specify how he's changed himself, the rabbi provided further explanation. We used to think change the world and eventually my life would be better, Berg said. But the truth is, if we change ourselves, the world would be better. As for an A-list relationship like Kutcher and Moore's, what does the rabbi believe to be the key to their success? There has to be an understanding of each other, says Berg, who also counts Madonna and Gwyneth Paltrow amongst his followers, and an understanding that we can be different, but we don't have to be apart. So this guy, I mean, this is quite curious. This is quite curious. So he's a Kabbalist. How early did he become a Kabbalist? How often does he visit Israel? Like, what is going on here?
The Kabbalah Center, so I came to visit with him.
You know, it's almost part of the American dream, the Kabbalah now. You know, whoever makes it big in America is also interested in Kabbalah, Madonna, and, you know, the Donna Karan and so on.
I don't know about that.
What did you find?
I think we're made fun of more than admired, actually, to be quite honest. But that's okay. What did I find in it? What do I find interesting? The greatest thing that I ever read was, Hillel said, somebody asked Hillel if he could teach him the Torah while standing on one foot, and he said, "Love thy neighbor as thyself. Everything else is commentary. Now go study." and that's all it is to me. It's people try to turn it into and twist it into something that is this mysterious unknown thing that only certain people should be studying, and that it's this mystic thing, and it's really as simple as love thy neighbor as thyself, and everything else is commentary.
You fasted on Yom Kippur, is that true?
Yeah.
So how does your family see the fact that you're
To,
so
to me
close
was to me was fasting with me.
So you have Ashton Kutcher, self-admitted Kabbalist. His best friend is a Kabbalah rabbi, and he's visiting Israel quite frequently. I don't know, man. This is weird stuff. Weird stuff. So what else is interesting is, so he visited Israel and studied the Torah. His wife, Mila Kunis, stated that he, quote, taught me everything I never knew, end quote, about her religion, Judaism, although as of 2018, he has not converted. So this is curious. So his wife, Mila Kunis, who, am I assuming here, she practices Judaism? Because it's saying here, yeah. So he taught her everything she never knew about her own religion while he doesn't actually practice Judaism himself. Like he hasn't converted. That's weird. On trips to Israel, Kutcher visited Kabbalah centers in Tel Aviv and Safat. In 2013, Kutcher remarked, quote, Israel is near and dear to my heart. Coming to Israel is sort of coming back to the source of creation, trying to get closer to that. And as a creative person, going to the source of creation is really inspiring. And this place has been really inspiring for me, not only on a spiritual level, but also on an artistic and creative level. That's an interesting thing to say. So this is kind of weird. This is really weird here. Because Kutcher is involved. I mean, let's... Okay, hold on a second. So there's two tweets here. One second here. I'm trying to track down two tweets of his that are kind of interesting for a few different reasons. Give me a second here. Yeah, for some reason, it's kind of hard to get a screenshot of this one particular tweet. I guess I'm sure he deleted it, but all right, let me just quote from an article. So let me see here. All right, so let me just quote an article so everybody knows. So this is Hollywood Reporter. One second here, I got it on the screen. All right, there's two tweets that are kind of interesting that he put out. The first one was on September 11th. So this is 2011, 10-year anniversary. 9/11 remembrance. Ashton Kutcher tweeted, "This is without a doubt the greatest day of the year. Hello, football, my old friend. Let us mingle for the next 5 months. Hashtag NFL TY, hashtag Jesus." So on 9/11, on the 10th anniversary of 9/11, Ashton Kutcher tweeted, "This is without a doubt the greatest day of the year." It's curious, definitely curious. Now, just a few months later, the Sandusky situation was dropping, and this was his tweet on November 9th, 2011. "How do you fire Joe P.A.? Insult, no class. As a Hawkeye fan, I find it in poor taste." I mean, wow. And he got attacked for all of this, but those are just interesting tweets based on what he's been involved with. So that's pretty curious, isn't it? So they fired Joe Paterno. He called it in poor taste. Then later that year, so April 2011, Kutcher and so this is after doing a public service announcement to end child trafficking with Demi Moore. Kutcher claimed 100 to 300,000 American children were sold into slavery. This number was criticized by newspaper The Village Voice. Kutcher and others used a peer-reviewed study referring to minors at risk. That's pretty weird. Okay. So now let's get into the issues, and they are quite substantial here. They are quite substantial. So first of all, who knows where Kutcher and Demi Moore... Well, actually, let's take a step back first. Let's go into here's the first mind shock here. Demi Moore says Ashton Kutcher hosted a party with Jenna and Barbara Bush doing bong hits. So, what is Ashton Kutcher's connections to the Bush family? I mean, that's a major curiosity as well. Welcome, Plain and Simple Truth. Justin Johnson in here. Well, here's where it's going to get... I mean, the conspiracy is going to start to unravel here. So, but let's go over this article real quick. This is Fox News. September 26, 2019. Demi Moore claims in a new book Jenna and Barbara Bush smoked out of a bong at one of Ashton Kutcher's parties. So, he's doing all these parties... like, when is he doing these parties? So we're hanging out. Kutcher says the Bushes were underage drinking at my house. Imagine, like, what kind of protection does Kutcher have to say the president's daughters are underage drinking at his house? When I checked outside, one of the Secret Service guys asked me if they'd be spending the night. I said no. And then I go upstairs to see another friend. I can smell the green waiting out under his door. I open the door, there he is, smoking out the Bush twins on his hookah. The next morning, the 70s Stoshar said he picked up his phone and there was no dial tone, prompting him to think that the Secret Service had tapped his phone. Moore and Kutcher began dating in 2003 after meeting at dinner with mutual friends. People reported they were married from 2005 to 2011 and separated in 2011 following reports that Kutcher cheated on Moore. The pair eventually divorced in 2013. Moore talks about her ex's cheating in her book, also claims he pressured her into threesomes and encouraged her to break her sobriety. She also discusses more personal, intimate details about her life, such as having a miscarriage when she was 6 months pregnant with her and Kutcher's child, and being assaulted at 15 years old by a man who paid her mother $500. Yeah, I mean, her life has Illuminati written all over it, and again, like, how much of this is Illuminati sacrifices? Like, what is going on here? So, Ashton Kutcher, is this before he even met P. Diddy? He's already hosting parties with the president's daughters? Underage daughters? What does everybody make of this? What does everybody make of this? Carol Stanhope says, Bush is one of the 13 bloodlines. He's in deep. Yeah, this is weird. This is weird, to say the least. Now let's get even weirder. Let's get even weirder. So, here's a video. Let's look at this video here and watch their facial expressions. And yeah, you're seeing this correctly. This is Kutcher and Demi Moore at the Clinton Global Initiative. So just a quick recap here. Just for the people who are not aware. So this is Hillary Clinton. quote from Jerry Zeifman, Democrat Watergate Committee supervisor over Hillary Clinton, chief counsel to the House Judiciary Committee. This is what he had to say about Hillary. She, quote, she was an unethical, dishonest lawyer. She conspired to violate the Constitution, the rules of the House, the rules of the committee, and the rules of confidentiality, end quote. Received illegal bribes from China for presidential re-election campaign fund. Benghazi neglected to beef up security in Benghazi or provide for emergency team to intercept terrorists. 45 bodyguards had died. 14 witnesses, 5 politicians, 2 lawyers, 2 journalists, 7 fundraisers, 1 CIA asset, and 1 Navy admiral. She was fired for unethical behavior while on the Watergate Commission. Emailgate, both Clintons covered up and suppressed from Ken Starr in the Congress over 1 million potentially incriminating emails. Stole furniture from the White House. That seems like not that great of a crime compared to this other stuff. Filegate, illegally ordered up 900 FBI files, lied about being under sniper fire in Bosnia, instructed the Secretary of Commerce, Ken Brown, to illegally sell seats on Democrat trade missions, fired head of the White House travel office to give job to her friends, mastermind of the land fraud scheme Whitewater. This is actually just the tip of the iceberg. We obviously don't have time to get into the Clintons because that would be a many-hour podcast. But another interesting point here before we get to Ashton and Demi here. So the Clinton Foundation was tied to trafficker Laura Silsby. So AlertSense provides technology for issuing Amber Alerts. The VP of AlertSense is Laura Gaylor, a.k.a. Laura Silsby, who was caught trafficking 33 kids out of Haiti. Interesting. This is Clinton Foundation, and she was involved with the Clinton Foundation. Very curious. Now she's in charge of AlertSense, issuing tech for Amber Alerts. So this is one of the darkest theories, that the government kind of keep track of who they're trafficking. So that way the Amber Alerts are only put out on who they're not trafficking. So like, kidnapped children that have nothing to do with government operations. So they don't mind if those kids are found or there's awareness of those. But any of them that they're involved with, they would cover those up. That's a dark conspiracy, of course. So let's get to, so this is where Ashton and Demi are choosing to speak at, the Clinton Global Initiative. So this is 2010, actually. This is 2010.
It ended with the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation, with the Civil War, with a lot of hard work and lives. And the unfortunate truth is that there are more slaves in the world today than ever before in human history. There are 27 million slaves in the world today. And one could make another assumption and say, well, that's a global problem that's happening in other countries. It's not. There are 1 million slaves. The CIA estimated there are 1 million slaves in the United States of America today. I think if Abraham Lincoln knew that, he'd be quite upset. Of those 1 million slaves, between 150,000 and 300,000 are children who are being raped for profit.
So I wouldn't necessarily dispute Kutcher's stats here. He might have insider info by the people doing this who told him what the numbers were. So their numbers might be a lot more accurate than those critiquing the numbers and saying they're too high. But another point here, some people actually said that Demi Moore just found out that Ashton had cheated on her right before going on stage here. So that could potentially explain her body language or not, but let's continue here.
Me and I learned about this issue, this global epidemic, about a year ago. And we came to CGI with the goal of learning more about this issue, meeting with the experts of the modern day abolitionist movement to inform ourselves, educate ourselves so that we could do something about it. And the more we learned, the more we realized that there was no way that we could live in a world where this was taking place and not be doing something about it. So in January, we visited the United States-Mexico border with the United States State Department, where we met a girl who told us about how she was trafficked into the United States.
So now Kutcher is admitting that he and Demi have contacts within the State Department. So they're getting tours of the Mexican border and interviewing people. That's kind of interesting.
How she was taken into a field by her pimp and raped by 30 men on a trash bag. That's the day that we established our foundation, the DNA Foundation, which stands for the fundamental right to freedom for every person, because it's within our DNA. And so today, we return to the Clinton Global Initiative 1 year later.
Is it just me, or does Ashton look a little bit more MK Ultra than usual? And is he being forced to do this? Like, look at their faces. So Demi's face, again, supposedly she found out that he was cheating. But again, these are, make of them what you will. Supposedly Ashton doesn't know that she found out. I think she revealed this either in her book or somewhere else. So Ashton doesn't know that she just found out. So that could explain her facial expression. But he looks a little bit more MK Ultra than usual here. Does he look like he's being forced to say this because he knows what's really going on? So this is at the Clinton Initiative, Global Initiative, again, the Clinton Foundation tied to trafficking, as well as many other things. So is this all a smokescreen cover just to control the narrative? Yeah, controlled opposition. So they can monitor what is or isn't going on to make sure that who's ever trafficked by government agencies is never found. So they just can control everything.
With commitment in this field.
Truly one of the most heinous forms of slavery is the buying and selling of children for sex. And I'm proud to say that today, with the help of the Novo Foundation, we are making a commitment to launch and execute the Real Men campaign. We are recruiting men who are courageous enough, I'd like to see all of you sign up, to stand behind the statement that real men don't buy girls. And we hope to use that collective voice to raise widespread awareness and acknowledgement of this issue in hopes of changing the cultural stereotypes that are allowed.
Is it just me, or does Ashton Kutcher look really guilty here? As his wife is talking about real men not buying girls. And you know what's curious? I mean, just look at the individuals that her husband is involved with as they're giving this speech. I mean, these are the individuals her husband is friends with, and now he's forming these anti-trafficking initiatives and stuff. This is Kutcher's friend group. Does anybody, and they're speaking at the Clinton Global Initiative with the Clintons linked to child trafficking. Does anybody find all of this really weird? I mean, what kind of a reality is this? What kind of a reality is this? Flapop says, yeah, it's the perfect cover. Do a bunch of horrible expletive while pretending to be against the evil expletive. Like, how guilty does Ashton look specifically when she mentioned real men don't pay for girls? On that line. Look at his expression here when she said that particular line. So this is a guy partying with the Bush daughters. One of his BFFs is P. Diddy, as well as these other deviants like Masterson and Wilmer. Associated with underage girls. Does anybody find this very, very weird? Now, Kutcher is also supposedly friends with Seth Green, who Isaac Cappy had a lot of allegations against Seth Green. If you haven't checked out the Isaac Cappy episode, it is not on YouTube, but it is on Rockfin. You could check out the MINDSHOCK Rockfin in the links. So, does anybody just find all of this strange? So he's saying firing a coach involved in the Sandusky scandal is poor taste. He hangs out with these deviants linked to exploiting underage people while pretending to be against all of it. Does anybody find this weird? Or is it just me? The other thing that's kind of shady is Thorn, the Defenders of Digital Children. The Digital Defenders of Children is known as the DNA Foundation. I mean, it's kind of ominous. It's like, does that have something to do with adrenochrome harvesting or something? So Thorn specifically develops technology, internet technology, to supposedly prevent child exploitation and trafficking. Now, obviously, the dark theory is that they're using this technology in order to perpetrate the crimes while pretending they're not and to cover it up. Now, whether that theory is true or not, even the most devout coincidence theorists and authority-worshipping cultists, you have to admit that that is a perfect cover. If you're pretending to be against what you're doing and you have the technological power to cover up what you're doing because you're actually using that to pretend to be preventing it. So, yeah. And Thorn is specifically partnered with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, which has a lot of other rabbit holes there on exactly what they're doing or not doing. Thorne is also partnered with the Washington, D.C. based McCain Institute, which is supposedly a nonpartisan think tank of international affairs founded in 2012. And there's a lot of rabbit holes there. Donors to the McCain Institute is Walmart, FedEx, SpaceX, Chevron, the embassies of Saudi Arabia, and Denmark. I mean, this is all very, very weird stuff here, but let's finish the video.
Allowing for children to be sold for sex. The average age of entry into the commercial sex trade is 13 years old. 13 years old. I don't believe that any 13-year-old chooses to be a prostitute. And what's interesting is that most people believe that a prostitute is choosing to sell herself, when in fact, 75% are enslaved by their pimp. And while it's much more comfortable for us to think that this exists in other countries, the reality is we have to wake up.
And again, look at the notable difference. Like, Kutcher doesn't specifically look super guilty. I mean, maybe a tiny bit, but he looked really guilty when she mentioned real men don't pay for girls. That was very telling.
To what's happening in our own backyard. I met a lovely young woman who was taken from the streets, kidnapped at 11 years old, and made promises of ice cream and clothes and trinkets, as well as love and care and safety, only to find that she was given a mandate of having to turn over $1,500 a night by repeatedly being raped for profit. And if she didn't reach that quota, she was either put into a bathtub of ice or hit and beaten with whatever was nearby. She was lucky enough at 17 to step away from this life, but many are not. The trauma, the stigma, the general loss of their childhood leaves them broken. Demand is the motor that drives this industry, and with people engaging, as long as people engage in this illegal behavior, pimps will continue to make a profit. There's a statistic that says 1 in 5 men have engaged in the commercial sex trade. Real men protect, respect, love, and care for girls. Real men don't buy girls.
So in addition to launching this advocacy campaign, we recently learned that 76% of the underage girls that are sold in the commercial sex trade are sold online. So upon learning this, we formed a coalition, an anti-trafficking tech task force that has been meeting on a regular basis in Silicon Valley. Companies that are involved include Twitter, Microsoft, Google, Facebook, and many other ISP providers. We have law enforcement officials that are helping us. We have government officials that are helping us. We're also partnering with NCMEC, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, in an effort to fortify their computing capacity. We are forming this. The purpose of this tech task force is to create technology solutions to end human trafficking online. And we believe that together we can create a trafficking-free internet. And that's our mission, that's our goal. And we're lucky enough to have a couple of our partners here today that can speak a little bit more about what it is that we're working on. So.
So yeah, they're developing technology and increasing computing power. So they have access, so Thorne would have access to law enforcement databases, as well as the missing and exploited children databases. I mean, who thinks that's kind of weird that a private company is going to have access to all of this? I mean, it's just weird. If you're a bad actor, I mean, if that technology's in the wrong hands, I mean, that's crazy. Only Updude says, I just realized that it says Clinton behind them. Yeah, that's the Clinton Global Initiative. That's why I brought up the Clinton Foundation and Laura Silsby, who works for Amber Alert Technology. I mean, all of this is just a tangled web here. And we didn't even get to P. Diddy yet. We didn't even get to Ashton Kutcher's dead girlfriend. I mean, this is all really, really weird stuff. And we didn't even get to any of that. And I'm getting quite a bit of lag here. So we're going to have to make this one a two-parter. I mean, there's still a ton to go over, and we're already over 2 hours in. Carol says he's the poster child for conflict of interest. Yeah, I mean, there's so much more here. This is just scratching the surface, but I believe this photo is the one that tells the tale the most thus far of Kutcher. So he possibly has Mossad and CIA handlers. He's connected to Israel and Kabbalah. He came from almost out of nowhere to being this big-time producer. Which, I mean, how many other young actors who are, you know, not even carrying a show on their own, part of an ensemble cast, who are just, they start forming production companies just out of the gate? I mean, even Adam Sandler didn't do that until he had, like, some pretty decent success. He paid a certain amount of dues, whether it was manufactured rise or not. Kutcher appears not to have, so that's all very, very curious. But yeah, I'll do part 2 pretty soon, so we do have to finish this up because the receipts with him and P. Diddy are just incredible. But this is the guy, P. Diddy's BFF, who's speaking out against trafficking. Very curious. But thanks again, everybody, for joining us. If you find the podcast interesting and informative, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you're subscribed, like, and share. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you're listening to the Ashton Kutcher P. Diddy Conspiracy Illuminati Secrets of Hollywood Part 2, where we'll be examining even more of Ashton Kutcher's mysterious background and rise to stardom seemingly out of nowhere. Seemingly out of nowhere on the strength of simply being one of several characters on a popular TV series. All of a sudden, he's forming production companies. I mean, this is something that just does not make any sense. I've tried to find as much as I could about Catalyst Media, and basically, Ashton Kutcher just somehow befriending this other guy who came out of nowhere in Hollywood, Jason Goldberg, and then all of a sudden they form Catalyst, and now he's a producer of reality TV series and movies, all while being this random young, incredibly young actor from Iowa. And then now he's seemingly connected to all these big players, producing, now all these ties to Israel, which we went over in part 1. Very mysterious stuff. And then now we're going to get into multiple ex-girlfriends who ended up dead. I mean, it's just really weird. I mean, how many people have had this many ex-girlfriends end up dead? And then, obviously, his connections to P. Diddy, which we'll be examining, and some really, really dark stuff with him, Diddy, and other individuals. In typical MINDSHOCK fashion, with logic and reason at the forefront, attempting not to fall for any illogical fallacies, unlike pretty much everything else out there in the mainstream and not the mainstream. If you want to help support the channel, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe, like, and share. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patreons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. Or if you're with us here live, drop them in the live chat. I'll try to get to all of them. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Okay, so we started exposing Kutcher's connections to Thorne and the Clintons, various human trafficking networks, various strange tweets of Kutcher. I mean, he's also said a lot of weird stuff, and before his connections to P. Diddy, perhaps some of this could be written off as just immature ramblings. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I have another clip here. Very, let's see here. So, one second here. I'll bring up this clip, especially given the shadiness of Kutcher and his associates. I mean, this is one of these photos that kind of tells the whole story about all these guys, doesn't it? This photo right here. You got P. Diddy, Ashton Kutcher, Danny Masterson, and William Valderrama, whatever, Fez. I mean, these guys are all so sketchy, skeezy, and no shortage, absolutely no shortage of stories about all of them. Now, how many are true? How many are untrue? Obviously, that's something only the people involved know, but there are certain things on record that cannot be denied that you can see and hear with your own eyes and ears. And I'm going to play another such clip in a second here. Expecting a lot of YouTube lag for this episode, of course. Alright, so here is another one of these clips, and there's quite a lot. I mean, we're not going to go over all of them, but here's one particular one that's quite damning, to say the least.
Danny Masterson are especially criticizing the actor for claiming that, quote, everyone was waiting for Hilary Duff to be 18 years old back in a 2003 interview. Back in 2003, Kutcher was primarily known for his time on Punk'd, the hit show where celebrities went along with high-stakes pranks on MTV. As of late, viewers noticed some strange comments that came from the show, including one where Kutcher claimed everyone was, quote, waiting for 16-year-old Hilary Duff to turn 18.
Hilary Duff is in Lizzie McGuire. She also has an album out. She's going to be in a movie called Cheaper by the Dozen. And she's one of the girls that we're all waiting for to turn 18, along with the Olsen twins.
In addition, in a joint interview with The Rosie O'Donnell Show back in 2002, Kutcher's now wife Mila Kunis revealed Masterson had bet Kutcher to French kiss her while on the set of That 70s Show. At the time, Kutcher was 19 years old and Kunis was only 14. Following, in addition,
she's going to be in a movie called Cheaper by the Dozen, and she's one of the girls that we're all waiting for to turn 18.
I mean, that's a weird thing to say. And look at his expression here. Does anybody else... I mean, that expression looks quite a bit deviant, doesn't it? That does not look like an innocent, wholesome human being, does it? Does it now? Welcome, Vlad B. Beacon of Truth Tarot, saying, it's crazy how many people are willing to be immortal. What do you mean by that? Well, anyway, so let's continue here. So this 19-year-old is apparently kissing 14-year-olds on TV shows. And apparently everybody around them, I mean, how is it known that everybody around them knows this? That's kind of weird. So, I mean, this gets really, really weird. So apparently, I mean, let's go to a write-up here. Let's do this backwards to see if we can make heads or tails of Kutcher and Masterson. So these guys are good friends. So let's look at this right here. So this 1 second here. So this is one of the most damning indictments against Kutcher, Masterson, this whole crew of deviants. Some people believe Mila Kunis is involved in all of this. So, dear Ashton, I know the secrets your role model keeps for you, ones that would end you. Did you forget I was there? You were on speakerphone the night you called Danny on February 21st, 2001. I heard everything. I heard the plan. In my opinion, you're just as sick as your mentor. Dear Mila, I pray you begin to process what you experienced as a child on that set. Your old interviews are very telling. I encourage everyone to watch them and decide for yourself what you hear and see. Do so before they get scrubbed from the internet. I also know what happened in Toronto and after. Question: if that's what you view as a normal relationship with a big brother figure, then I feel very sad for you, and I hope you consider getting into therapy. You must all forget I was there the whole time for those first 5 years of that 70s show. I remember everything. So Ashton Kutcher goes to pick up. So February 21st, 2001. You know what else is kind of interesting? This was also the day an FBI agent was charged with spying for Russia, exposing critical vulnerabilities within U.S. intelligence agencies and reigniting Cold War-era security concerns. Huh. There was also a U.S.-British military strike in Iraq. Interesting. Anyway, so apparently Ashton Kutcher So I think this is Chrissy Bixler who posted this, one of Danny Masterson's victims. So she posted this. So apparently Ashton Kutcher shows up I mean, this is going to get really, really, really dark. We might have to go into our first semi-deep dive into Scientology here in order to expose the depths of the depravity going on here. And this is MINDSHOCK, where we are exhaustive and comprehensive. So we're probably going to have to go deep here. So he's going on a date with Ashley Ellerin. Supposedly he shows up, according to him, he doesn't find a body or anything. And he just leaves. But he apparently, he calls his buddy, Masterson, who now, I guess, has blackmail dirt on Ashton Kutcher for life. Is that why Kutcher, against his and Mila Kunis's will, is the reason they wrote all of these letters for the judge talking about how great Masterson is? Because of what Masterson knows about what happened with Ashton Kutcher and Ashley Ellerin, and whether or not see, even if Kutcher wasn't the one who killed her, if he did find the body, but he didn't want to deal with it, I mean, just this whole thing is such a mess here. So apparently Mila Kunis lied about her age. So she was only 14 years old when she got the role for that 70s show. So here's a very, very damning interview. Just, I mean, this is really weird. Everything about this is very weird and bizarre. Yeah, before we get into the gruesome details of this murder, let's see what this early interview will reveal.
You know what's funny? Funny is when she was 14 when we started the show. I was like 19, right?
Right.
And they're like, okay, you guys are going to be making out in this scene. And I'm like thinking like, wait, this is like slightly illegal,
that's
right?
probably your first kiss ever, right?
It was my first kiss. Why don't you tell them a bet you made with Danny about our first kiss?
No, it wasn't the first kiss.
No,
This was like
go
a
ahead,
second or
Ashton.
third kiss.
It was the first. It was like the first week.
No, it was not the first week.
Whatever. Let me tell you what happened.
what do you
No, let me tell you what happened.
No. Okay, so I've never kissed a guy. So I was so. I mean, you know, Ash was attractive, and I was a 14-year-old little girl, and I was extremely scared for my life.
Sure.
And he was very nice about it. He was like, "Oh, don't worry." So I was like, "Okay." Then Danny goes and goes, "Dude, I'll give you $10 if you French kiss her." What do you stick your tongue in my mouth or some?
What? No.
Okay. Then Daddy goes and goes, dude, I'll give you $10 if you French kiss her. What do you stick your tongue in my mouth? Okay. Then Daddy goes, tongue in my mouth, or some.
What? No.
For $10.
You're making it sound like it was like really. Okay, Dan, we had a little side bet going.
Yeah.
Like,
Which was?
It wasn't very
as to whether or not, you're kissing on the show or boyfriend and girlfriend.
Yeah.
You would use tongue, right, Rosie? I mean, you would.
It depends what kind of an actor you are, I guess.
Absolutely, right?
Yeah.
So Danny bets me like $20 that I wouldn't do it, and of course I'm like, yeah, sure, what's the deal? You know?
And then the cop showed up and you got arrested, pretty much.
They should have, but they didn't.
He never did it, and
I so did.
Showed up and you got arrested, pretty much.
They should have, but they didn't.
Showed up and you got arrested.
But they didn't.
You know what's really weird about this whole thing? That's kind of a weird thing to say. They should have, but they didn't. They should have. Now, is he really trying to be funny here? Or, because he said that really quickly. As if he possibly might be referring to many other things that happened around that time before and or after. Kind of weird. And what's, what's even more disgusting? Rosie O'Donnell, this grown woman, is making jokes about it? Oh, depends on what kind of an actor you are. What? What? What is going on here?
Never did it, and
I so did.
He claims to this day he did that. I swear.
Mila,
never,
I so did it.
He never did it?
I didn't let him. I think he tried, but I think I kept my mouth so closed.
Yeah. You did the old teeth block?
Yes.
Yeah, you didn't let him
do the teeth block. You were like,
He never got his
You were
tongue
very
in.
excited.
No, you didn't, Ashton. Just admit it.
Dad, I swear.
She's 14. She did it. You stop it.
She would know that was not the first. You had turned 15 by then.
No, she was 12, but I know it.
There's a big difference. That 1 year makes the whole world change.
All right, then. We're coming up with the guy who has a name that should have been chased for show business. Wilmer Vanderom.
Now, is he sitting like that very defensively, kind of as if to make a joke? Or is that genuine body language reaction to what's going on here? I mean, it's just weird. And why is he dressed like a homeless bum? I mean, I don't know. This whole thing is just really weird. 1 second, let me double check the lag here. Okay. We should be good now. So yeah, just a really weird interview, of which there are no shortages. Anyway, so yeah, Darth Mocker, nobody missed anything. I didn't say anything that entire stretch. I was just trying to fix the connection. Welcome back, Lord Zed. And Lord Zed, we were talking on the Michael Jordan versus Scottie Pippen debate. Apologies for the aside on this podcast. You also forgot to mention, which game was it? The one where Scottie Pippen just walked off the court and abandoned Jordan, and Jordan won anyway. So much for Jordan needing Scottie Pippen. I forgot about that game. Was that game? That might have been a game of 6. That might have been a critical game. Which game was that? You'd probably even know better than me. Yeah, I forgot which game that was. I think it was a critical game where Jordan had to, Lord Zed says, it's not mind-shocking to say MJ was better than Jordan. What? Do you know what I'm talking about, Lord Zed? Lord Zed says, I made a great mind-shocking argument against all odds. I don't think it really wasn't that great. I mean, I don't know if anybody could advocate for Scottie Pippen better than you did, but it wasn't, I don't think it was that great. All right, so anyway. Okay. So, yeah. Apparently, he's going to pick her up. So this is straight from the court transcript, what Ashton told the court. I knocked on the door. There was no answer. Knocked again. And once again, no answer. At this point, I pretty well assumed she had left for the night and that I was late and she was upset. He said, I saw what I thought was red wine on the carpet. But that wasn't alarming because I went to her house party days before and it was like a college party. I didn't think much about it. He added, I remember the next day after I heard about what happened, I went to the detectives and said, my fingerprints are on the door. I was freaking out. So what kind of, so did he just make up this entire wine story? I mean, here's another interesting screenshot from people discussing all of the actors on that 70s show. Ashton and Danny always treated Topher badly. Topher never liked Danny. I learned this while doing my reporting on the then allegations, now convictions against Danny. Finding out Topher Grace was always given expletive for not wanting to hang out with the rest of the cast outside of filming is kind of assuring me that he might be actually be a relatively decent person. Topher was bullied by Danny Masterson and isolated by most of the cast because Danny's like a cult leader. Danny hated Topher because Topher didn't bow to Danny like the other young castmates. I love Topher. If I so much as said hi to Topher, I would be given a scolding and then ignored by Danny. It broke my heart. He was the only guy on that set with integrity and a moral compass. That's my experience. I was there. Okay, so I wonder if she's also talking about the older, the actors that played the parents and the older actors that they didn't have. Like, how much did they know what was going on? So did they not have a moral compass? So, what does Danny Masterson know about that night when supposedly Ashton Kutcher went to pick up Ashley Ellerin in 2001. Other people are saying he might have known the other victims of Michael Gargillo, the Hollywood Ripper. I mean, this is all very strange. So Ashley Ellerin was a fashion design student. So supposedly he talked to her on the phone earlier in the day. The date was arranged. And he arrived 2 hours after the call. He said he found the lights on and the door locked. He said he looked through the window and saw what he thought was red wine spilled on the carpet. That looks pretty convenient. Ellerin was 22 years old, found dead the next morning by a roommate. She had been stabbed 47 times. Yeah, this is pretty crazy. This is pretty crazy. So supposedly there's a call to Danny Masterson that same night. So did Ashton Kutcher in fact go in and find her body if he didn't kill her himself? Again, I'm not alleging anything is true or untrue. This is MINDSHOCK, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. Let's look at more of a deep dive video here into this entire ordeal. I mean, here's a post from Drunk on Red Cordial on True Crime Discussion subreddit. Kutcher's story about what he saw and did that day never made sense. Doesn't make him guilty of murder, but it certainly shows him in a bad light that he left a crime scene without reporting it to police. His version, he went there, knocked, couldn't get an answer, saw something spilt on the floor, and went on to a party without thinking for a second that something was wrong. CB's version, he went into the house, found the body, panicked, spent considerable time in his car calling Danny and anyone else he could think of except the Popo, and then went on to the party. This version doesn't 100% make sense either because a panicking guy sitting outside a crime scene calling people on the phone when his fingerprints are on the door is only making himself more of a suspect. Whatever the timeline, I do believe that Kutcher left the crime scene knowing that she was murdered and not wanting to place himself as a suspect, even if it meant leaving her body for someone else to find and wasting valuable time hunting down the killer. It's interesting that he thought there was any reason he'd be considered a suspect. He had a perfectly plausible, airtight story for being at the house exactly when he was. Yeah, that is a good point. Like, why is he freaking out about his fingerprints being on the door if there's telephone evidence that they had a date arranged, and if there's no evidence that he entered the apartment, unless, of course, if he did enter the apartment. Now, if he is there a reason he didn't wipe his fingerprints from the doorknob and inside? Did he just touch too much stuff inside to wipe it all? And he thought it'd be more suspicious if neighbors or whoever had actually seen him there and there were none of his fingerprints were there. That would make it seem even more suspicious. So perhaps wiping down his fingerprints was not a good option either. I mean, this is all very, very strange. South to West says weird stuff. It is, isn't it? Especially when you consider the type of people Kutcher surrounded himself with. Flat Bob says, yeah, he lied. Liars do that. Lord Zed says, Kutcher is connected to Scientology. He is indeed. He is indeed. I mean, do all roads lead to Scientology? Some people allege that the LAPD is on Scientology payroll as well. And they simply pinned this particular murder on Michael Gargiulo, who supposedly killed others, to conveniently wrap this up. What's weird is that the other victims of Gargiulo were Gargiulo's neighbors. Ellerin was not one of his neighbors. So that's kind of weird, right? So that doesn't match his MO. Now, supposedly Gargiulo did know Ellerin. He changed her flat tire, and Ellerin's roommate thought he was stalking her. Supposedly, there were witnesses to seeing him parked near her apartment. So that's, I don't know, that's kind of weird. That's kind of weird. I mean, what are the chances that Ashton Kutcher happens to be going out with a girl who's being killed by a serial killer? I mean, I'm sure it happened. I'm sure a Hollywood actor in the history of the world, I'm sure an actor well, actually, I'm not. Is there another case where a Hollywood actor was picking up somebody for a date that ended up getting killed by a serial killer that same night that they had a date? I mean, maybe it's happened. Like I mean, I don't know. Was he A-list? I mean, that 70s show was a primetime show. I don't know. Does he qualify? I mean, he's definitely A-list, I guess, within the TV world. He's A-list. And this is post-2000, so he's already formed Catalyst Production Company with Jason Goldberg at this point in time. I mean, this is pre-Punk'd, but post-Catalyst Production Company formation. Now, here's another interesting image of all of the victims. Ashley Ellerin does not... If this Gargiulo serial killer guy has a particular type, Ashley Ellerin is the odd one out here. So she's this blonde. It looks like all these other women are just darker brunettes here who look somewhat similar to each other. Trisha Pacascio, Maria Bruno, Michelle Murphy. Now, Michelle Murphy, or Trisha Pacascio, she was only 18, but that was back in 93. These other murders, and these are spaced out murders, aren't there? 93, 2001, 05, 08. Yeah, I don't know, but clearly Ashley Ellerin does not look like the others, that's for sure. So I don't know. And she's not a neighbor of Gargiulo. So neither was... I believe Pacascio wasn't either, but that was someone he apparently was infatuated with and stalking as well. I mean, there's a lot of variables here. I really don't know what to make of this. Like, I mean, how much bad luck would Kutcher have had to have? I mean, I wonder if Kutcher didn't kill her, but there's another link we're not seeing here. So, other people analyzing the case said that there's no way to view spilled wine at the house from the vantage point that Kutcher claimed to have seen the spilled wine. Interesting. Now, yeah, this is really weird. Apparently, there was also $300 in cash laid out in the apartment, and it was not taken. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean anything, but... the timeline here, this is really weird. This is really weird. So the timeline here, Ellerin took her father to the airport, then came back, had a ceiling fan fixed in her home, but not by the killer. Then she talked to Kutcher on the phone after the ceiling fan was fixed. Now, here is where it's going to get a little weird. This is from a documentary, an ID documentary on the Hollywood Ripper, Michael Gargiulo. So she had supposedly consensual sex with another man just hours before she was murdered. It's claimed undercover cops were planted in the accused killer's jail cell for 48 hours to get him to confess. So she takes her father to the airport, gets back at 5 o'clock, has a ceiling fan fixed, then has consensual sex with another man, then she's murdered, then Kutcher happens to be late, but ends up leaving, so he's claimed he's late. Now, here's somebody, apparently the paparazzi were all over Kutcher. Allegedly, these images on the screen right now are what he looked like after he found out he would have to testify. The caption here, Ashton Kutcher was seen looking downcast on Wednesday, just hours after it was revealed he would be called to testify in his ex-girlfriend's murder trial. The 41-year-old looked gaunt and concerned as he parked his car in Beverly Hills. Definitely does not look like the happy-go-lucky, schmucky Kutcher that he always looks like. Now, again, this doesn't mean he murdered her, but is it possible something else is going on here? Again, I don't know what it is, but is it possible something else entirely was going on that night? Some people believe that it's weird that he was never considered as a suspect and he only had to testify as a witness, and he still looked really concerned about it. So, the detective on the case said Kutcher was supposed to pick her up at 10 p.m. but didn't show up until 10:45. The murder supposedly happened at 8:30 p.m. But according to Kutcher's testimony, so there's conflicting information being given by the detectives and Kutcher's own testimony. Kutcher's own testimony states, quote, "We had sort of set up a plan to meet at 8 to have dinner or drinks," he testified. When Kutcher realized he's going to be late, he called Ellerin at 8:24 p.m. After informing her that he was running behind, she said she would blow dry her hair. It was the last time he would ever speak to her. Prosecutors believe she was killed shortly after her call with the Star. Kutcher testified on the night Ellerin was killed. He arrived at their home before 10:30 and 10:45. He knocked on the door. No one answered. There were lights on, so he tried the door. It was locked. "I assumed she had left for the night and I was late and she was upset," he testified. "I just assumed she had gone out with her friend and bailed." So that's kind of weird why he would be making all these panicked phone calls, if that's what he just assumed. Also, does the reason all of this bothers him is because he kind of blames himself for her death, as if he weren't late, if he showed up at 8, she'd still be alive because they would have gone out? Is this just all some kind of guilt on his part if he's completely innocent? But none of this really makes any sense either way. Supposedly, the Hollywood Ripper made a copy of her key, killed her, and not only left $300 lying around, but there were also diamond necklaces and jewelry all over the place. And then also apparently the back door was left locked, which is curious. Apparently, there's no corroboration that they ever even tested Kutcher's DNA. And Kutcher was never a suspect. Now, so that's kind of strange. That's kind of strange. Supposedly, she was very vigilant about locking doors and windows. Other people are kind of asking, if he thought she went out and she wasn't answering the door, why did he put his hand on the doorknob and attempt to gain access? The Hollywood Ripper's defense attorney said only 4 people had keys to the apartment: Ellerin, her roommate, her former roommate, and Durbin. He said the apartment manager was going to be an important witness in the case. Nardoni insisted that there is no physical evidence in the Ellerin murder linking to Gargillo. There are no fingerprints identifiable to Mr. Gargillo from the body of Ashley Ellerin. There is no DNA identifiable to Mr. Gargillo, he said. He also argued there is no physical evidence against his client in the murder of Maria Bruno on December 1st, 2005, another woman he's accused of killing. Now, supposedly there was DNA evidence eventually so-called discovered or found. Was that planted, or were labels changed in the laboratory by LAPD? Let's look at the letter that Ashton Kutcher wrote to the judge July 27th, 2023. My name is Ashton Kutcher. I'm an actor, inventor, philanthropist, more importantly, a father. I met Danny Masterson when I was 20 years old in 1998. So a 22-year-old, just out of nowhere, is making major Hollywood production companies with Jason Goldberg. That's crazy in 2000. So he just 2 years after arriving in Hollywood, this guy just skyrockets to the big time. It's kind of weird. He instantly became a friend, dedicated coworker, and a role model to me. He has remained as such for 25 years. As a friend, Danny has been nothing but a positive influence on me. He's an extraordinary, honest, and intentional human being. Over a 25-year relationship, I don't ever recall him lying to me. So he's been honest about all the deviancy. He's taught me about being direct and confronting issues in life and relationships head on, resolving them and moving forward. Danny is a person that is consistently there for you when you need him. We've traveled around the world together, raised our daughters together, and shared countless family moments. Not only is he a good friend to me, I've witnessed him to be a good friend to others and the kind of brother others would be lucky to have. As a role model, Danny has consistently been an excellent one. I attribute not falling into the typical Hollywood life of drugs directly to Danny. Any time that we were to meet someone or interact with somebody who was on drugs or did drugs, he made it clear that wouldn't be a good person to be friends with. What is this, just like adulting 101? And for me, that was an implication that if I were to do drugs, he wouldn't want to be friends with me, which is something I would never want to risk or jeopardize. I am grateful to him for that positive peer pressure. He also, I would like to think of what kind of letter Ashton would write for P. Diddy. He also set an extraordinary standard around how you treat other people. There was an incident where we were at a pizza parlor. Uh-oh, there goes the pizza drop. And a belligerent man entered who was berating his girlfriend. We had never met or seen these people before, but Danny was the first person to jump to the defense of the girl. It was an incident he didn't have to get involved with, but proactively chose to. Who thinks this is a made-up story? Because the way the man was behaving was not right. He has always treated people with decency, equality, and generosity. After 9/11, Danny was a huge advocate for the support of firefighters affected by the event, rallying his friends and coworkers to pitch in however they could. Danny had a daughter a year before I had mine. He set a standard of being a hands-on dad. That sounds kind of weird. That's a weird way to phrase that, isn't it? We have spent countless hours together with our kids, and he is among few people that I would trust to be alone with my son and daughter. Why is he even bringing that up? Like, why is it necessary? Think about the psychology of this. Why is it necessary to mention that you would trust them to be alone with your children? That's weird. You would say you would trust them with your children, maybe. But he's specifically talking about being alone with his son. That's really weird. He's also a dedicated and loyal husband with unwavering commitment to his wife. I mean, the Freudian slips here are pretty incredible. We've spent hundreds of hours working together. Danny takes his job seriously. He's kind, courteous, hardworking. He treated everyone from the grips to the teamsters to the actors to the caterers as equals. He showed up on time all the time and always pulled his weight. We have also traveled around the world together promoting our work. I can honestly say that no matter where we were or who we were with, I never saw my friend be anything other than the guy I have described. So if he's claiming this guy never lied to him, so he's saying all the victims are lying? Like, how does he think this letter is going to be interpreted? I mean, it's just weird. And the Freudian slips, like, why does he think it's necessary to mention that he's one of the Masterson would be one of the few people he would trust with his to be alone with his children specifically? I mean, this is really weird. That's quite a weird letter. And again, did Kutcher only write that because Masterson knew what happened that night with Ellerin? So, yeah, this is really weird. Now, was it just paranoia that Ashton was freaked out about being a suspect, or was it something more? So they didn't arrest the Hollywood Ripper until 2008. So 7 years later after this, that if Ashton had entered the apartment, he entered the home and then just ran away because he didn't want to be involved, that could have potentially, and we don't even know, I mean, supposedly this was, they convicted the real killer, but I mean, do we even know? Is it possible Kutcher and the Ripper are both not responsible for the murder? So there was no suspect for 7 years. So it's not like the cops had anybody other than Kutcher anyway. So it's kind of weird looking at it from this kind of timeline. It's just really weird. Also, what's kind of weird, how come did nobody check that Mila Kunis lied about her age? I mean, this is kind of weird. We're not talking about like the 60s or the 70s or something. Presumably, if you're receiving a paycheck, don't they check your government ID? I mean, aren't there some kind of documents? Like, how did she get paid for the show? I mean, it's just kind of weird. Like, everything's kind of weird. I mean, there's just so many weird things here that don't add up at all. Now, suppose what's Ashton Kutcher's net worth these days? Let me check this. So, as of 2025, supposedly his estimated net worth is $200 million. So he's 1/5 of a billionaire now. That's kind of weird. I wonder what his net worth was in 2000 when he formed his own major production company with Jason Goldberg. So his net worth... Wow. So his net worth in 1999 was 1.5 million, and in 2000 it was 3.495 million. Interesting. These are all estimates, of course. I mean, how many actors even get to 200 million, especially if they're not these major A-list blockbuster actors like Tom Cruise? Well, let's see what Tom Cruise's net worth is, just for comparison. $600 million. So Tom Cruise, who's been in the industry since, let's see. Tom Cruise, who's been in the industry since 1981, only has 3 times more net worth than this young guy who started in 98? This is kind of weird. That's kind of weird. Yeah, I don't know. Nothing about Ashton Kutcher seems organic in any way. Seabass says, what's really weird is that Selena Gomez is a billionaire. Well, it's slightly different. See, with the modern, you know, the modern internet, social media era, like, there's way more ways to make money and reach a wider audience. So, I mean, it's not exactly apples to apples. Yeah, Selena Gomez, wow, net worth 1 to 1.3 billion. That's crazy. Forbes estimates 700 million. So anywhere between 700 million and 1.3 billion. That's kind of weird. Yeah, so, but apparently, yeah, there's like a lot of social media. Yeah, cosmetics. Yeah, her cosmetics brand. So it's not through. Wait, Selena Gomez's after her cosmetic brand Rare Beauty. So, Yeah, it looks like most of that money is not from acting, music, whatever. But anyway, yeah, this is quite weird. This is definitely quite weird. Alright, so, yeah, let's take a look at this video here. Wait, hold on a second. There's something weird. This is weird. Yeah, so yeah, and also, yeah, obviously, Brittany Murphy, another one of Ashton Kutcher's ex, ends up dying, as well as Brittany Murphy, was that his fiance as well? Fiance and ex-girlfriend? She ends up dying. Her husband, Brittany Murphy's husband at that time, also ends up dying. And they apparently had Kanye West's personal trainer. Some people think there's a connection there. Here's a quote from Robert Blake, who went on a trial for murdering his wife and acquitted. An interview 2019, he said this. Let me tell you about Hollywood. When something bad has to happen, like a husband or a wife has to be eliminated, or an executive has to be eliminated, and believe me, show business does a lot of strange things that happen. But the way they happen is I would talk to my lawyer, and now that's confidential. He talks to somebody else, who talks to somebody else, to somebody else, to somebody else, and then the word comes back to me, Robert, get out of here with your family. That's all you have to do. And somehow or other, something happens and nobody can trace it to anybody. That's what Hollywood is about. That's what high-end stuff is about. That's why millionaires never get arrested for anything. Millionaires don't commit crimes. Things happen. It's a really chilling quote there. Some people also think that some people are postulating that this was Kutcher's Illuminati initiation ritual. And his career took off to new heights after this. Now, here's a curiosity. So, so this is weird. They were all, so Ashton's friend group, Masterson's Scientology buddies, including Danny Masterson's victims, they were partying at Ashley Ellerin's. They were partying at her house either the night before or 2 nights before. So that's curious. So she was, because again, if we're just talking about basic FBI statistics, most women who meet with foul play at the hands of men known to them. Boyfriends, ex-boyfriends, co-workers, whoever. Men that are known to them, not unknown to them. So that's curious. I got one video to watch on this matter. We'll go through some more details here. Or this was the week before they were partying. So that's weird. That's pretty weird. Kutcher was 23 years old at this time. Apparently, Gargiulo also later stated he was 100% innocent. And supposedly he did confess after the initial 48 hours of undercover agents in his cell. And who knows what those undercover agents were doing. Obviously, false confessions, one of the leading causes of wrongful convictions. But then he later stated he was innocent. I don't know what to make of that. Obviously, that doesn't really mean anything, but... But apparently this is all connected to a Scientology circle. But yeah, if this was some kind of an Illuminati ritual, that is interesting. So let's watch this video. Fair use, obviously.
Ron? Where are you? Where is Ron right now? You done messed.
Ron is right here. Thanks for joining us, because I'm going to be exploring some of the overlap between Danny Masterson and his heinous behavior and Ashton Kutcher and his heinous behavior. I'm not necessarily putting these two eggs in the exact same basket, but Ashton Kutcher's close circle of friends was almost entirely composed of Scientologists who were in Danny Masterson's crew. In fact, Ashton Kutcher's assistant was Scientologist Ryan Posner, who never could have been hired in that capacity without the clearance and the blessing of Scientology's Celebrity Center president's office. So when Ashton Kutcher comes out making it sound like, golly gee willikers, he just doesn't know what the truth is in the Danny Masterson case, Ashton is full of it. And what we're going to talk about today, this is not an exaggerated hyperbolic headline that I've given this video. The headline of this video is Ashton Kutcher's lies allowed a murderer to kill again. I'm being quite literal, and we're going to discuss this. So, and the only reason this is known by people is because of Danny Masterson's role. Because Ashton Kutcher called Danny Masterson. And Danny Masterson's crew is composed of Scientologists who all talk to each other, and all this stuff gets reported. This is an example of the dirt that Scientology has on Ashton Kutcher. So let me share this screen with you guys. Let me see. Is this the best way to share it? Okay. Ashton Kutcher testifies. In the Hollywood Ripper murder trial. In 2001, Ashton Kutcher was pursuing a dating relationship with Ashley Ellerin when she became one of Michael Gargiulo's alleged murder victims. By the way, this Michael Gargiulo, he's already been tried, convicted, sentenced to death. He's on death row. He's a serial killer. He's a serial killer. Ashton Kutcher's girlfriend at the time, some might argue not quite girlfriend, they were just dating, they'd been dating for a few weeks, was murdered by a serial killer. Now look, that's horrible. I mean, in a vacuum here, I'd be very sympathetic to Ashton for having experienced anything like this, right? I mean, but let's keep going. Okay, on Wednesday, Kutcher took the stand in the so-called Hollywood Ripper case to tell his story of what happened that night. Kutcher testified for about 35 minutes at the courtroom. He spoke about going to Ellerin's home the night she was killed because he was supposed to be picking her up for a date. Kutcher said that he last spoke to Ellerin around 8:24 p.m. on February 21st to tell her he was running late. Ellerin was using a friend's phone. Kutcher says, I recall the time because our phones were very old and I showed the detective the phone number of the friend. Okay, fine. Around 10 p.m., Kutcher said he decided to go to the house because he realized it was late and called both Ellerin's phone and her friend's phone with no response. He arrived between 10:30 and 10:45 and noticed the security gate was open. He walked into the front door and knocked, but no one answered. He figured she'd left with her friend because he was late. Since he was trying to take her on a date, he said he didn't want to appear overeager. However, he realized all the lights were on, despite the front door being locked, and knocked a couple more times with no reply, figuring maybe she was upset with him. I thought it was odd all the lights were on. I didn't want to be the guy looking through her window. Then I saw what I thought was red wine on the carpet. He thought it might have been spilled wine from the floor from Danny Masterson. He called frickin' Danny Masterson. That's how close these guys were. In fact, the night before naming the members of the party that you were picking Ashley up to take, this is all you'll be known for, that various members floor from the entryway to the house. Because Ashton was murdered on the floor. She was stabbed like 47 times. That he should not call the police. He should not be the one to report this. It should not be known that he was there. He doesn't want to be the one who discovered the body. That 70s show was only a couple years old at this point. Ashton Kutcher was not a household name. They essentially said, this is all you'll be known for. People will think you did it, all this kind of stuff. You know, this will be what people think of when they think of Ashton Kutcher. You don't want that. Go to the party. Go to the party that you were picking Ashley up to take her with you to. Go to the party and then go home. Now, I'm not making any representations that these are the exact words that were spoken. I'm not even naming the members of Ashton's team that he called. But there's someone else that he called. Danny Masterson. He called frickin' Danny Masterson. That's how close these guys were. In fact, the night before Ashley was killed, Ashton and Danny and some other people from that 70s show were hanging out at Ashley's house. Okay. So where am I going with this? How did Ashton's lies allow a murderer to kill again? The police knew who had killed Ashley Ellerin. They could not prosecute the killer because Ashton Kutcher's lies about discovering the body, saying that he didn't, you know, his lies about the whole thing created so much reasonable doubt, would have been used by the defense attorneys to create reasonable doubt to get the killer off of the murder charges, that they chose not to prosecute the person that was their number one suspect for the murder. The police knew Ashton Kutcher was lying. They knew he couldn't have seen anything on the carpet from the windows outside of the house. They knew the only way Ashton Kutcher would have seen anything on the carpet was because he walked into the house. He lied about not entering the house. And I'll call your attention to an excerpt from a different article here, where he specifically says, bear with me here. I remember the next day after I heard about what happened, I went to the detectives and said, my fingerprints are on the door. I was freaking out. So even when Ashton's talking to the press here, he's still lying. I didn't know there was something wrong until the next morning when someone told me. And I went, oh, I went to the detectives. See, the detectives didn't even call Ashton. If Ashton had called the police instantly and had not acted so suspiciously, had not lied, had not covered up, the police would have been able to prosecute the killer of Ashley Ellerin. And he would not have been able to go on and kill again. By the way, the next murder this guy committed was not even the one that he was caught for. It was an attempted murder after the next murder he committed, where the victim escaped. And this murderer, I forget his name. I mean, I guess it's right here somewhere. Doesn't matter. Gargiulo had accidentally cut himself in the process of trying to murder this other woman. And so when she escaped, that woman ended up having both of their DNA on her. And this has been thoroughly covered. You know, there's been a book. What I mean, no, I haven't done the math on exactly how many years transpired between the murder of Ashley Ellerin, who was Ashton's, girlfriend at the time. I say girlfriend, dating. And when he actually testified in court, it looks like it could have been almost 17, 18 years went by. Because realize, the other murders weren't committed until much later. So it never really came out that Ashton was the reason they couldn't prosecute that killer for Ashley Ellerin's murder. How disgusting is that? So, these are facts as they have been relayed to me by people who were present and involved in the conversations that took place between Ashton and Danny and other Scientologists. So if you're thinking, my God, you can't say these things, Ashton could sue you. Well, I wish Ashton would sue me. Because if he did, then depositions would be taken of all of the former Scientologists and current Scientologists who have personal knowledge of these goings on. And then everything I'm saying now wouldn't just be accusations from a guy on the internet. They would be a matter of official legal record. So it's why I'm not worried about any repercussions for saying these things. It's about time some Devin Laura.
But yeah, there really aren't enough people talking about how Kutcher could be directly responsible for further murders by selfishly not reporting what he, even if he didn't see it, if he suspected something could have happened to her. I mean, it's all weird. And what is on that phone? Like, what exactly did he talk about with Masterson that night? I mean, apparently Masterson basically just convinced him not to go to the cops, but we don't know for sure. We really don't know. So this is some weird stuff here. So that's just Kutcher and Ellerin. There's also Kutcher and Brittany Murphy to consider. Now, Brittany Murphy needs her own podcast. I'm not going to go too deep into that. I mean, we're going to get into... I mean, there's a P. Diddy connection with Brittany Murphy and Ashton Kutcher. And all of the web that P. Diddy encompasses with his deviancy and criminality that may or may not overlap with Brittany Murphy. Because also so Brittany Murphy supposedly dying of pneumonia, Kim Porter supposedly dying of pneumonia. We're going to go into the background of possibly what happens with pneumonia. Some people allege that being smothered with baby oil can cause medical conditions resulting in pneumonia. So, yeah, and then also that apparently, like, a lot of the autopsies were fudged. So, okay, let's set the stage with Kutcher and P. Diddy now. One of the smoking guns here is, again, because if Kutcher's kind of an idiot, which a lot of people allege he is, let's look at this clip real quick.
Party stories, they're our favorite genre. Diddy party stories, they're our favorite genre of anecdote, if you
really?
have one, yeah.
Wow, okay, I've got a lot I can't tell. I can't tell that one either. I mean, I'm like actually cycling through them. Diddy party stories, man. That was like some weird memory lane.
Diddy party stories, they're
Diddy party stories, man. That was like some weird memory lane. Can't tell that one either.
So what is going on at all these P. Diddy parties where he literally can't think of a single P. Diddy party story that he can tell? What? There's not a single sanitized P. Diddy party story? I mean, the other thing that's kind of curious, there's actually no set date when P. Diddy and Ashton Kutcher even met or how they became friends. Everything out there is early 2000s with no exact date. The photo of Kutcher, Brittany Murphy, and P. Diddy from the NBA All-Star Game was from 2003. Apparently, this photo here of all these scum hanging out is also approximately 2003. So, MTV, P. Diddy was on Making the Band in 2002. And that's when, I think Punk might have premiered 2003, but they were in production 2002. And so they met each other around there, according to Kutcher. We used to just hang out and watch football. We became fast friends. This is from thecut.com. So somewhere around 2002, these guys are buddies. Now here's a shot from 2004 of all of them plus Leonardo DiCaprio. So this is Kim Porter, P. Diddy, Kutcher, and even Leonardo DiCaprio, who also attended Diddy's parties or whatever. So somewhere around 2002, these guys become fast friends, which is interesting. Now, who's ready for the biggest mind shock of them all? We're going to be getting into some massive receipts right now. Fair use warning. Fair use warning. This is the 2003 MTV Movie Awards.
Yeah, but I knew it.
Loaded with so much Illuminati symbolism and reveals here. I mean, this is going to be crazy here, so buckle up, people.
It was Ashton the whole time.
Right?
It was Ashton the whole time.
Right?
Yeah, but I knew it was Ashton the whole time.
So the show kicks off with, I knew it was Ashton the whole time. Now, one can only assume they're referencing some kind of punked setup, but who knows here.
Right? Yeah.
Ladies, in a few seconds we'll be sipping on some Chris and watching the 2003 MTV Movie Awards.
Quit playing around, Sean.
I'm not, dude. My key won't fit.
You must be the ones.
Oh, cool. It's a super.
Actually, I'm the key maker. Don't worry. You'll be inside in just a moment.
Awesome, thanks.
What's happening, hot stuffs?
is this place?
Duh! It's obviously an underground city where the last remaining humans live and the robots are coming to kill us. Doesn't that just make you want to party? Dude, let's get out of here.
I don't know, man. These girls are pretty hot. Check it out. You can totally see their nipples.
Oh my god, there's Morpheus! I love you, Morpheus!
Zion! Hear me!
He's having a huge orgy at his place later tonight. At least that's what many of us have heard.
It is true. What many of you have heard.
Morpheus! What can we expect at this orgy?
Machines!
Man, I'm out.
Sounds kind of kinky. I'll see you guys there!
And bring plenty of lube!
What?
Nothing. Yeah, but I knew it was Ashton.
I don't know, man.
There!
You were programmed from
Doors. One of these has to lead back to your apartment.
You know what? You try that one. I need to use this one.
I see Trinity, and something happens. Something bad. She starts to fall. And then I wake up.
Now that's f***ed up.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you guys, but I'm really lost.
Wait a minute. You're that boy from NSYNC. What happened to your Jerry curl, man? That was a good look. Yeah, that was hot. You know them boys, right?
I've never heard of them.
You never heard of NSYNC?
No.
Those boys can dance. Come on, man, show them your moves.
They have to?
I'm the Oracle, damn it.
If I had to guess, I'd say you were programmed from the machine world.
Nah, man, I'm just doing the robot. Here, you should try it.
Yeah, work it. Come on, Neo, get in there, man. Do the robot.
Why?
Come on, man, you the one. You the one. You can do it all.
No.
Come on, man. No more arigato, Mr. Roboto.
You can do the robot with JT.
What if I can't? What happens if I fail?
Okay, dude, lighten up for real. It's just the robot.
No. I can't do that. I won't.
Well, hell, I will. Talk to me, boy. Don't be scared.
Oh, God.
Ooh. Come on, do the part. Do the naked part.
Mr. Timberlake.
Mr. William Scott.
Hey, you that guy that got peed on an American... Ooh, you hitting the spot. How big is your fist? Good Lord. Hey, wait a minute, man. This is dry clean on it.
You'll like being a dude. I do.
That is a load of stiflers.
Look at all this fair use going on here with the fair use. So much fair use here. But yeah, obviously the Matrix movies, quite popular at the time and very revealing of the Illuminati agenda.
Stop hitting yourself! Who farted? Shaw's, focus! Let's get Mr. Timberlake. Wet Willie, Mr. Timberlake. Ow! Justin, you really hit me. That is so not cool. Oh. Yeah.
Hello. I've been waiting for you three. Who are you?
Yeah, who are you?
I am the architect. But please, call me Larry.
Hey, Larry.
Larry.
I created The Matrix and several popular video games, including Cubert and Dig Dug.
Remember that?
Yeah.
I didn't create Frogger, but I came up with the name for it. Can you believe they wanted to call it Highway Crossing Frog?
That is so lame.
I know. It's the lamest thing I've ever heard of. Highway Crossing Frog.
Why am I here?
Yeah, why are we here?
Is there an echo in here? Is there an echo in here? The MTV Movie Awards are a systemic anomaly inherent to the programming of The Matrix. Although the transport process has altered your consciousness, you irrevocably remain human. Ergo, concordantly, vis-a-vis. You know what? I have no idea what the hell I'm saying. I just thought it would make me sound cool.
You haven't answered my question.
I'm feeling a little vulnerable right now, so you just need to chill out. Can you do that? I'd appreciate that. Thank you. Now, originally Neo was the chosen one to host the show, but hosting is a full-time commitment, and he's been a little distracted lately.
Trinity.
See what I'm talking about? That's why I brought in Sean and Justin, because you, my friend, are completely pussy-whipped. Watch the sass, Captain Sassy Pants.
Yeah, you're kind of spazzing out, dude.
You haven't answered my question.
Yes, I did. You see, what
You haven't answered my...
I'm trying. You just need to let me talk.
Why am I here?
Would you shut up?
You won't let it...
No, you won't let it! I'm the one who talks! Okay, mouth shut, ears open!
You haven't answered...
You do not want to see me get out of this chair! Ergo, open your yapper one more time and I'm gonna architect a world of pain all over your candy ass! Ergo! Vis-a-vis!
This is about...
Concordantly!
Justin,
Yeah,
I apologize. I don't usually like to use my big voice.
that's all right, dog. Just tell us how we get to the movie awards.
There are two doors. The door on your left leads Sissy Boy here back to his bitch. Uh-huh, what up, G? You can handle it. The door on your right leads you to the 2003 MTV Movie Awards. And the mini door is for Muffin to go out and piddle. What? Hey. No. You are bizarre.
Thanks, Lair.
Don't mention it. Oh, and hey, go host the shit out of that show.
Boom.
If I were you,
Bite your tongue. Bite it.
I would hope that we don't meet again.
Why'd you say that? I told you to shut up.
I told you to shut up!
A lot of the Holly weirdos in the house for this awards, and it's going to be pretty weird. Divine Heathen says, it does get frustrating how all we can do is watch them tell us constantly what they do or did and intend to do, but yet so many people choose not to study. They just believe the one world order want. Yes, awareness is key, and the ability to comprehend logic and reason can make one aware to what is going on instead of falling for logical fallacies, like the coincidence theorists and the authority-worshipping cultist bootlickers do.
True believers, prepare yourself for an amazing, spine-tingling, heart-stopping yarn, the likes of which the world has never known. The 2003 MTV Movie Awards! Issue 1. Featuring in their most exciting adventures yet, Drew Barrymore, Jason Biggs, Adrian Brody, Amanda Bynes, Davey Chase, Cameron Diaz, P. Diddy, Hilary Duff, Kirsten Dunst, Eminem, Colin Farrell, Will Ferrell, Harrison Ford, Jennifer Garner, Allison Hannigan, Josh Hartnett, Kate Hudson, Hugh Jackman, Samuel L. Jackson, Famke Janssen, Beyonce Knowles, Johnny Knoxville, Ashton Kutcher, Martin Lawrence, Lucy Liu, Demi Moore, Maya, Mike Myers, Sharon Osbourne, Queen Latifah, Keanu Reeves, Will Smith, Tyrese Inspawn, Mark Wahlberg, Paul Walker, Luke Wilson, Elijah Wood, and performing feats of unparalleled entertainment, 50 Cent, Pink, and Tattoo, with your superhero hosts, Justin Timberlake.
Here, South Dakota, you rock! Woo! Peace out!
And Sean William Scott.
Kick ass!
I love you, dude.
Taxi! Come on! Yes! Downtown!
Keep the change.
Now get the hell out of here, citizen! My boy, Sean Nizzle, Scott Tizzle. Hey, Justin the Nizzle, cup of Tizzle. Let's rock!
Here comes the incredible 2003 MTV Movie Awards.
Please welcome Sean William Scott and Justin Timberlake.
Welcome to the 2003 MTV Movie Awards.
What the hell, dude?
What?
We were supposed to come out with our superhero outfits. That's the theme of the whole show. Look at the set.
No, you kept insisting that we wear these superhero outfits. I was the one who said we would look like idiots. And it looks like I was right.
Damn it! I'm sick of you and your rock star antics. It's always, look at me. I'm Justin Timberlake. And I'm on the cover of Us Weekly every other week. And I'm just too cool to dress like an idiot. Well, you know what I'm gonna do?
What's that, Sean?
I'm gonna take off this damn suit. That's right. Because you have burned the ass of Sean William Scott for the last time, Justin Timberlake. Who's the cool one now, JT?
How many layers of Illuminati humiliation rituals are there within a single show? And the other thing is, how much do these marionettes for the string pullers, these so-called stars, celebrities, these marionettes, how much do they even know? Or are they just told to do something? Because both these guys look pretty dumb. They seem to be pretty stupid. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they're incredible geniuses. but they just appear to be extremely low IQ to the point where they wouldn't necessarily be asking any questions. When they're told to jump, they jump. So they might not even comprehend the Illuminati humiliation rituals taking place using them as marionettes. And they might not care either, as long as the paychecks are coming in.
Dude. Is that my face on your crotch?
Yes, it is. And I'm really excited about this show tonight. Don't make it weird.
All right. Besides starring in X2 X-Men United, our first two presenters are both originally from foreign countries.
From Australia, Hugh Jackman. And from someplace really sexy, Famke Janssen.
And look who we have here, Ashton Kutcher and Danny Masterson. But it's gonna get far more crazy than this.
We're here to present the award for Breakthrough Female Performance.
That's right. A lot of today's brightest stars got their start by winning this very award.
Excuse me, Mr. Jackman, Ms. Jansen. Quick question, please.
Sure.
Yeah,
Go for it.
First of all, amazing movie. One minor problem, and by minor, I mean major. The writers appear to have made Banshee a little girl, when, as we all know, Banshee has always been and always will be a man.
Okay, well, obviously you haven't read X-Force issue number 3, right?
Yes, but, well...
Well, if you'd read it, you would know that the little girl was in fact Siren, Banshee's daughter, who's endowed with similar powers.
Yes.
Any more questions?
Dear. No, ma'am. Sorry.
All right.
Anyway, here are the nominees for Breakthrough Female Performance.
Man, Sean, I love being a superhero, huh?
X-Ray Vision rocks the his house.
Word up.
You said it, Pee-wee.
Breakthrough Female, Nia Vardalos, My Big Fat Greek Wedding.
You invited the whole family?
Beyonce Knowles, Austin Powers in Goldmember.
Because I'm Foxy Cleopatra, and I'm a whole lot of woman.
Maggie Gyllenhaal, Secretary.
I have never had a job before, but I am very excited about this opportunity.
Barbershop.
I can't believe you got somebody up in here. Who drank my apple juice?
Jennifer Garner, Daredevil.
Who's seen, what is Daredevil? That was 2003-ish. Who's seen that movie? That might have the worst fight scene of all time, with Jennifer Garner and Ben Affleck on the playground. That might be the absolute worst action sequence ever recorded in the history of mankind.
My name is Elena. Remember me? Remember me? What do you want?
I just wanted to get your name.
Kate Bosworth, Blue Crush.
Pipe is the heaviest weight in the world. Okay, you don't just get work there. You die.
And the breakthrough female is...
Jennifer Garner, Daredevil.
Thanks, you guys.
She looks MK Ultra zonked out of her mind. For people who don't know, there are some very, very strange connections, both with her and Ben Affleck and the CIA. And obviously, Operation Mockingbird. Apparently, her and Ben Affleck have both been to CIA headquarters and have been briefed in the ways of the CIA, supposedly to prepare for their roles, but who knows what kind of other MK Ultra stuff was going on.
Thank you for liking this movie. The first one of the night. I've always wanted one of these. I had so much fun making it, so thank you to all the people in MTV land for giving this award to me. Thanks to everybody who helped make the movie, and to my co-stars, Colin and Ben, for walking me through it. Thanks. Thanks very much. I'm so excited. Thanks, you guys.
Coming up next, Will Smith, Martin Lawrence, Colin Farrell, Samuel L. Jackson, and the award for Best. Will Smith, Martin Lawrence, Colin Farrell, Samuel L. Jackson.
Look what we have here. These two best buds. Ashton Kutcher and P. Diddy. What is going on here? What kind of party are they planning?
And the award for Best Comedic Performance.
Hi, how are you kids?
The 2003 MTV Movie Awards. Please welcome Martin Lawrence and Will Smith.
Wow, they look
Mighty
good.
Ma.
Big Will, Big Will. Let me ask you a question. You a bad boy, right?
Yeah, I guess so. You're a bad boy too, right?
You think the nominees in this category are bad boys too?
Yeah, I guess, you know, they're bad boys too.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess they're bad boys too.
Does anybody else think it's weird on how feminine Will Smith acts when he's not acting? Like, look at the flamboyancy here. Just of his mannerisms. Like, he doesn't do these in the movies. Just the way he stands, the way he moves his arms. It's so flamboyant. Let's put it that way. Quite a far cry from the characters he plays. Beacon of Truth says this is like the who's who of degenerate. Well, that's what Hollywood is. Hollyweird is. It's a cesspool of degeneracy and Illuminati filth.
You're a bad boy too, right?
You think the nominees in this category are bad boys too?
Yeah, I guess, you know, they're bad boys too.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess they're bad boys too, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, July 18th.
Why'd you just say July 18th?
What are you talking about? I said, I guess they're bad boys too.
No, you said, I guess they're bad boys too. Then you said July 18th. Why'd you say that?
Why are you bugging, man?
I'm not bugging, I'm asking a question.
Now you being a bad boy.
No, you being a bad boy too, boy, I'm telling you. Seriously, stop playing. Now, come on, let's just give out this bad boy, you know. Here are the bad boys nominated for Best Comedic Bad Boy Performance, July 18th.
Hey, how's everybody doing here tonight? I just flew in. Literally. So, woohoo! Talk about kryptonite. You should try my wife's cooking. You suck. Whoa!
Best Comedic Performance. Will Ferrell, old school.
We're going streaking! Hey, what do you guys like better, nurse? Hey, honey! Or cheerleader?
Adam Sandler, Mr. Deeds.
You're sick! You're sick! Why would you do that to me? I'm just kidding you, pal.
Cedric the Entertainer, Barbershop.
OJ did it. OJ did it. And Rosa Parks ain't do nothing but sit her black head down.
Mike Myers, Austin Powers in Goldmember.
That's just disgusting. Yes, nice to know you. Meet you.
Johnny Knoxville, Jackass the movie.
Hello, I'm Johnny Knoxville, and we're about to test my rocket skates.
And the winner is Mike Myers.
They are bad boys, too, aren't they? Happy July 18th, you bad boys, two of you. Come on. Huh? There's some people I'd like to thank. I'd like to thank all of you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to thank MTV. I would like to thank Jay Roach, Michael McCullers, all the people at New Line, Beyonce Knowles. I would also like to thank the cast and crew. I would also like to thank my wife, Robin. I love you very much. And I would like to thank and pay tribute to Mr. Burt Bacharach, who is a musical genius for all the comedy that comes through me, comes through his music. So thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, the stars of the upcoming film SWAT, Samuel L. Jackson and Colin Farrell.
Anybody recall that movie SWAT? I don't recall that movie. Huh. 2003. Sam Jackson, Colin Farrell, and Michelle Rodriguez. Yeah, I don't recall this movie at all.
Hello. Although the MTV Movie Awards does not endorse violence, I must have missed the point of Jackass. We would like to recognize the following fight sequences for their artistic merit.
Yeah, right. You know, sometimes it's just good to see a motherfucker get the kicked out of him.
Yeah. Here are the nominees for Best Fight. Whoa! Nothing to see here, people.
Best Fight. Fan Wong versus the Palace Intruders, Shanghai Knights. Yoda versus Christopher Lee, Star Wars Episode 2, Attack of the Clones. Jet Li versus the Ultimate Fighters, Cradle to the Grave.
Here's a fun Bruce McGuire factoid. I knew one of the guys that was in this fight scene here with Jet Li in Cradle to the Grave.
Johnny Knoxville versus Butterbean, Jackass the movie.
Give me more, there you go.
And the award for Best Fight goes to my man,
Yoda and Christopher Lee.
Really? That was one of the worst fight scenes ever. Not as bad as Jennifer Garner's in Daredevil, but pretty bad.
Nomination. Movie Award.
To this award received. To win, I did not expect. The following people thank I must. Christopher Lee, regret not training you. Always will you be a Padawan to me. George Lucas, GL, eye to eye we did not always see, but immense you are and love you still I do. Samuel Jackson, Sammy, gifted are you. Natalie Portman, wise beyond your years, you seem. Premise myself, cry I would not. Others to thank. Watto, Chewie, Tanwi, Vin Diesel, R2-D2, C-3PO, Björk, Greedo, Steve Guttenberg, Ki-Adi-Mundi, Yaddle, Lamassu. Playoff Yoda, no one does. To all the younglings at MTV, thank I do. 900 years old Yoda may be, but that does not mean down he is not. Many languages I speak, and one of them is yours. Representing for you and all my peeps and Dagobah will always Yoda be. Last, least not, to the one who rules this earth, respect I pay. Long live your queen, Latifah.
Awesome. As usual.
Oh, Yoda, my homie.
Always great to share the stage with the Green Man.
Head up.
Next time you will.
Still to come.
You're a bad boy. I'm a good boy.
Maya, Mark Wahlberg, Adrian Brody.
Where's Brody?
And Pink performs her new hit from Charlie's Angels, Full Throttle, and the award for Best Kids. When the 2003 MTV Movie Awards continue. From the Italian Job, Mark Wahlberg, and R&B recording artist, Maya.
Old man Bob in the chat asking, seriously though, what are we learning from watching old MTV MTV awards? Bear with me, my friend. All will be revealed in due time.
We all love this next performer because whatever she does it full throttle.
She's about to kick your ass. Pink.
That was pretty degenerate. We're already seeing the homo agenda in full display with the social engineering and programming of MK Ultra and the New World Order into the normalization of homo relations, leading to the extinction of the human species in full swing on a lot of these MTV shows, because they know a lot of the youth is watching. They're after the minds of the youth. I mean, the way all of this programs the human mind into normalizing the degenerate. And look at where society is today versus 2003. There was some kind of normalcy to be found in 2003. But where is that normalcy now?
Two kids on another movie award show this year decided to give them their big break. From Chicago, Queen Latifah and Love the Hard Way, Adrian Brody.
Yeah, Pete!
Yeah, Pete.
Okay, look, first of all, I saw what you did to Halle Berry at the Oscars. I was sitting right there. So don't even think you can pull that kind of stuff with me, because I'm a strong black woman and I don't play that shit.
Adrian Brody reminds me here of, what's his face? What is that actor that did that skit with, pretending, oh man. He's like so old, pretending to be young. Oh, Steve Buscemi. I think it was him. I don't know how many drugs Adrian Brody is on here, but he looks a lot weirder than normal here. He was born in 73, so he would be 30 years old here. He's a 30-year-old looking, acting, like mimicking the mannerisms of like a high school kid. It's kind of weird. Welcome, Justin Johnson, and Raised by Gypsies.
Don't worry. I'm not gonna try and kiss you, all right?
I mean, even if you tried to kiss me like right now, and I would totally not be expecting it, I wouldn't be happy. No sirree.
Listen, Queen, look, I respect you way too much, all right? I wouldn't do that.
You know, see, because the last thing I want is those nasty ass, supple, sensuous little angelic clouds that you call lips all on my face. You feel me?
You have nothing to worry about, all right? Trust me.
Yeah, yeah. That's for you, Hallie. Damn, you got some good lips.
Thank you.
They not that big, but they work. I like it. You got some brown on you now, baby.
That was weird. But again, look how MK Ultra Adrian Brody looks here. Like, Queen Latifah actually doesn't look that MK Ultra. He looks completely mentally gone.
So, like, I feel really close to you now.
Me too.
Really, really bonded. We should do a movie.
Okay.
Okay, here are the nominees for Best Kiss.
Get over here, Super Lips.
Woohoo! Score!
Oh, Tom, this time.
Best Kiss.
You have a knack for getting in trouble.
You have a knack for saving my life.
Tobey Maguire and Kirsten Dunst, Spider-Man. Zoe Saldana and Nick Cannon, Drumline.
I put a spell on you.
Looking at your face and I just wanna smash it.
Adam Sandler and Emily Watson, Punch Drunk Love.
Smash it with a sledgehammer and squeeze it. You're so pretty. You are so beautiful.
Jennifer Garner and Ben Affleck, Daredevil. Cameron Diaz and Leonardo DiCaprio, Gangs of New York.
I mean, this whole award show is like a who's who of P. Diddy associates.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry about that. Woo.
We improvised that.
Yeah.
And the best kiss is...
Kirsten Dunst and Tobey Maguire.
You can have it. Thank you, guys. Thank you all for voting for us very much. Thank you. Oh, it popped out of there.
Here's an interesting Kirsten Dunst question. Is she naturally this blonde airhead, or is it all an act inside of an act? Is she really her character from Bring It On? Or is she acting even when she's technically not acting? Justin Johnson says act. And it's kind of hard to tell with some people.
I like the Punch Drunk Love kiss. That's my favorite kiss. And I think that Ben Affleck and Jennifer Garner one was totally biting us. And it's so weird because we have the same producer, so I don't know why they did that. But thank you guys so much. I know Toby says thank you too, and he couldn't be here because he's doing Spider-Man 2. But we thank you all for supporting us and the film. And come back and see the next one. And hopefully we'll have good makeout sessions in that one for you too. Thank you. And thanks, Jake, for being my best friend.
He looks completely zonked out of his mind as well. I mean, why do all these celebrities look absolutely zonked? I mean, it's just weird. Like, is every last one of them MK Ultra?
Oh, yeah, he can kiss you.
So you don't call her the queen for nothing.
Look at that little bitty fish.
Still to come, Demi Moore, Keanu Reeves, Kate Hudson, and a performance by 50 Cent.
Never seen anything like this before, trust me.
I'm so excited I can't.
Like this.
Oh, yeah, he can kiss you.
So you don't call her the queen for nothing.
Look at that little bitty fish.
Still to come, Demi Moore, Keanu Reeves, Kate Hudson, and a performance by 50 Cent.
Never seen anything like this before, trust me.
I'm so excited, I can't stand it.
When the 2003 MTV Movie Awards continue.
Hello, MTV Movie Awards.
The 2003 MTV Movie Awards are brought to you
The Charlie's Angels. We didn't want it to just be another popcorn movie. We wanted to make a film that would truly stand the test of time.
And this time we knew the movie needed more qualities necessary to resonate on a sociological level.
In other words, more ass.
When the girls came to me with the concept of adding more ass sequences to Angels 2, it sounded pretty complicated.
You know what's kind of weird? Watching this segment here from the whole girl power post Me Too objectification era. I mean, it's kind of weird, isn't it? It's kind of weird. But then again, Holly Weird is built on the weird.
I knew if we wanted to pull it off, we'd have to bring in an expert, someone who really knew the ins and outs of it all.
Who put a nickel in that ass? Well, chances are if you've seen an ass in a film, I'm the man behind it. Literally. Well, I like to think that instead of pulling ideas out of my own ass, I pull them out of other people's asses. Drew has, I call it the Mona Lisa ass. What's your secret? Slight smile, I want to know more, I can't stop looking at you. And Lucy got that bad ass, that naughty ass. I want to slap that ass and say, you go to bed, ass. There's no TV for you tonight, ass.
When you're working with someone who has as much experience as Frank, you know your ass is in good hands.
Cameron, sporty ass. Let's volley for serve. Do you know what I mean? Let's roughhouse. Nick, Jim, and I said, hold it.
All right, let's cut it.
Cameron, you're better than that.
Sorry.
Okay, now if you could be so kind as to back that ass up just a tad. Now I'm gonna ask you to very slowly. Drop it like it's hot. Yes, it is. Back to one roll sound. Keep it sizzling, all of you. Let's get some sizzling here. Nick G, believe me, you're gonna thank me for it. An ass is a lot like a piñata. Until you bust that open, you don't know what little toys are gonna bust out of there. Do you know what I mean? What you're gonna get your hands on. Sometimes it's a pleasant surprise, sometimes it's like, who stocked this piñata? I'm not interested. Let's go over to the watering hole. When I first realized this was my calling, I was working as a grip on the film Roadhouse. I was on the set the day Patrick Swayze was filming his now famous Out From Under the Sheets scene, and it was then that I saw the light.
I remember this kid turning to the director and saying, there is entirely too much light on Swayze's ass. That kid's name was Frank Fanning, and he's been lighting me up from the rear ever since.
Is that on the screen or is that on Cameron's ass? That's the screen. Is that Cameron's ass? That's the screen.
It's a screen.
That's the screen.
And...
Hold it, Jim. You're looking a little flaccid, Luce.
I'm trying.
Come on, Luce, dig deeper.
Yeah, I don't know how long I can hold this.
Damn it, Lou, you can do this. You were clinching circles around everyone during rehearsals. I'm not just blowing smoke up your ass.
I'm sorry, Frank. I just don't think I'm going to be able to get it into gear.
Okay. Take a deep breath.
Who wants to know what all these actors are really thinking shooting these skits? I mean, it's just kind of weird. I mean, obviously this is all fair use, but I mean, it's just kind of weird. I mean, do they actually want to do this? It's kind of weird. I mean, obviously their handlers told them to do it. But if they ever went like full shoot interview candid, it would be interesting to know what they were really thinking here.
I meant through your ass.
I tried everything I could. My ass was just blocked.
When Lucy went soft, she took it really hard.
Pussy, are you in there? Come on, Luce, open the door.
Claire!
But once she was able to squeeze one of Frank's balls in her ass, she was really able to concentrate and find her inner strength.
You can do this, okay?
McG, it's your set.
Her ass was back on its feet in no time.
to admit, when we finally sat down and watched the movie, it was everything we imagined it would be. And more.
Definitely.
And there's truly only one person to thank for that.
Well, when you work with a bunch of dedicated professionals who allow you to play and experiment with their asses as much as these young ladies did, it makes your job pretty darn easy.
That's so sweet, Frank.
Looking back, there were a lot of challenges along the way, but I'd have to say the biggest challenge on this film was saying goodbye.
So
Goodbye to you, goodbye to you, goodbye to you, and I'll see you soon. You know I will. You know I will. I'll be on your ass.
Wait, we can't wait for the next.
One of our next presenters recently posed for the cover of FHM magazine. The other recently masturbated to it. Please welcome my buddies from American Wedding, Allison Hannigan and Jason Biggs.
This is actually a movie we haven't talked about, American Pie, also largely responsible for the degenerate spiral and to the normalization of promiscuity culture, now known as hookup culture. Yeah, I mean, the movie American Pie does not get enough hate. I mean, that really did spiral many into degeneracy. What was started by MTV's The Real World, what was accelerated by Beverly Hills 90210 and Friends, was definitely further snowballed with American Pie.
Everyone knows the saying, there's no I in team.
That's right. TEAM equals
Together everyone achieves more.
Yes, a team is less me.
And more we.
Because the job is worth doing.
Is worth doing together.
Would you stop finishing my goddamn sentences?
Sorry.
Here are the nominees.
For best on-screen team.
Okay.
Dude, we've got to get backup costumes.
True dat, true dat.
Best on-screen team.
Go time!
Luke Wilson, Will Ferrell, and Vince Vaughn. Old school.
We can't have anyone freak out there, okay? Gotta keep our composure!
Kate Bosworth, Michelle Rodriguez, and Sonoy Lake. Blue Crush.
Hurry up! Go get him again! Come on! Woo!
Jackie Chan and Owen Wilson. Shanghai Nights.
You see that? It's okay. Okay. Friends to the end, John. I clothesline the sucker.
Elijah Wood, Sean Astin, and Gollum. The Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers.
Don't take it, Steve.
Johnny Knoxville, Bam Margera, Steve-O, and Chris Pontius. Jackass, the movie.
And the best on-screen team is Elijah Wood, Sean Astin, and Gollum, Lord of the Rings, Two Towers.
Thank you so much, guys. This is awesome. And I think in some ways we're actually getting this award for being friends, because a lot of our friendship went into the role, so I'd agree with that. So thank you very much. This is awesome. Sean, would you like to hold it? Yeah, I want to hold the popcorn. What can you say? Thank you very much, everybody. It rocks. Well, there's so many people who went into creating this team, including Mr. Tolkien. That's right. Professor Tolkien and Peter Jackson and New Line and I think 37 people just yelled Andy Serkis. We love you, Andy, wherever you are, you little stinker. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, the princess of darkness, Sharon Osbourne.
Okay. I love you too. In Mexico, he's known as Cinco Peso. In Russia, his fans call him 15 rubles. In Denmark, Corona. But in the United States of America, he's simply 50 cents.
Put your hands up.
Up next, Beyonce Knowles, Ashton Kutcher, P. Diddy,
MTV, y'all know how to throw a great mother artist.
and the award for
Best villain.
Stunned.
when the 2003 MTV Movie Awards continue.
Johnny, if you and I had a kid, which name you think we name him?
Who cares? I'm just thinking about how fun it would be making them.
Okay. All right, here are the nominees for the Breakthrough Male.
Ow! Justin, little help over here?
Breakthrough Male. Kieran Culkin, Igby Goes Down.
What kind of a name is Igby? It's the kind of a name that someone named Sookie is in no position to question.
What? I'm the man!
Nick Cannon, Drumline.
Let's just say, let him dead.
Ryan Reynolds, National Lampoon's.
Hey, who's your big boo? You better recognize me like...
Can't believe I beat Mariah for glitter. Thank you for this award. I apologize for not being able to be there. As you can see right now, I'm locked down in the studio. I'm finishing up Obi Trice's new album. And plus I heard the puppet was gonna be there, so I got scared. Check it out. So, Obi Trice's new album. And plus I heard the puppet was gonna be there, so I got scared.
That's interesting. Eminem admitting he was too scared to go to the awards because Puffy was gonna be there. Very interesting admission.
Check it out. So, thank you for this award. It means a lot to me.
Yeah, I think it's great. Listen, we've got a couple ideas we want. I know we're going on.
Yeah, you're on next section.
Right, so we wanted to talk to you about a couple ideas we had just for our intro.
To make it a little bit hotter.
Okay.
So
Hurry
here's the
up,
thing. See, we wanted to start off on a yacht. Us on a yacht with hot chicks drinking champagne.
In Sandro Pay. Okay, we're on the yacht, and then mermaids are serving us.
Okay, so
And then they say to us, the MTV Movie Awards need you.
Yeah.
The mermaid
They
says
say
to
it
me,
like they wouldn't even
yeah.
go. The show wouldn't even happen
Yeah.
without us. That's what they
Exactly.
say, right?
Right. Yeah.
So we're like,
Hell
okay.
yeah.
You know what we do? We jump off of the yacht
Jump off the yacht.
onto dolphins.
Tell 'em.
We ride them from Saint-Tropez to LA.
We jump off the dolphins onto
Like
the stage.
worldwide.
Money starts raining down onto
money.
us. 2-3 million on us.
Boom, there you have it.
Diddy and Ashton. Hello.
You know what? I can't do any of this. I can't do it. I'm sorry.
What you talking about?
Listen, I can get the hot girl from Chasing Puppy to introduce you.
Hold on one second. Yeah, you definitely got it out.
Deal.
Oh,
Yeah, we
good.
go.
Thank you. Thank you.
We just gotta get changed real quick.
Yeah. Yes.
We're gonna go change and we'll be right back.
Okay.
All right, cool. Thanks a lot. You've been a great help, man.
Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to sexy, oh my God, they are sexy, sexy men. Ashton Kutcher and P. Diddy.
I mean, this is just weird watching all of this back with what is known today. This is pretty weird.
feeling up there? Thank you, Rosalind Sanchez.
That's what I'm talking
That
about.
was hot.
That was hot.
That's what I believe in. Okay, here are the nominees for the best villain. Yeah.
What would you do if you were given the crown?
If I was to be crowned best villain, I would rid the world of all humanity.
So cliche.
Best villain. Mike Myers as Gold Member. Austin Powers in Gold Member.
I love gold.
Willem Dafoe as Green Goblin. Spider-Man. Bingo.
We are who we choose to be. Choose.
Colin Farrell as Bullseye. Daredevil. Devil. It's mine. I never miss. Bullseye. Daniel Day-Lewis as Bill the Butcher. Gangs of New York.
You tell young Valen, I'm gonna paint Paradise Square with his blood.
DeVay Chase as Samara Morgan. The Ring.
Yeah. And the best villain is
DeVay Chase, The Ring.
That's kind of a weird way to hug a 12 or 13-year-old. She would have been, yeah, 13, not even 13, 12 or 13. Here. Why is P. Diddy kissing a 12-year-old? That's kind of weird. I don't know, it's kind of weird.
Hey! Oh my gosh, this so rocks! Geez, I totally love what I do, and playing Samara was definitely one of the best characters, or should I say the creepiest, so... this whole movie has been a great experience for me, and I just want to thank everybody. I just want to thank everybody involved with this movie, and especially director Gore Verbinski. And also I want to thank my mom and grandma and God, without whom I wouldn't be here. So thank you. And I also just want to thank everyone who voted for me, and at MTV, of course. And to all the ringworms out there, I just want to say,
You're doing so good. You're doing so good.
I just want to say, everyone will suffer. Thanks, MTV Rock! I won the MTV Movie Award.
Coming to the after party.
party tonight? Coming to the after party tonight? Coming to the after party tonight? To the after party tonight? To the after party tonight?
Yeah! Still to come.
So P. Diddy is asking this 12-year-old if she's coming to the after party, and look at the reaction of P. Diddy and Kutcher. So there's a few problems here. One, some people say they were just joking, but what do they know about these parties that would want them to make the joke in the first place? Like, look how hard P. Diddy and Ashton are laughing here. Or was this a real invite, and did she really go? There's a conspiracy theory. That there actually was someone, there was a victim, an underage victim that matches the timeline here, but there's no confirmation that it's her in any way. But, yeah, it's just pretty weird. We're gonna I'll replay the clip again. But look at these sickos here. I mean, this is just weird on so many levels. I mean, these guys are just weirdos. Look at these weirdos. But yeah, apparently there is a minor, at least one, involved in the case. So there's actually another photo here. How many times do these guys do costume changes? But well, yeah, so they're hanging out backstage, so they've all done a costume change here. This supposedly is that same night. So let's watch this clip again, but so, huh. Yeah, this is weird. So she nods like she's gonna attend the after party. From the lawsuits, there's actually over 100 people are named in sexual assaults. The youngest being 9, so she's 12 here. But yeah, this is really weird. So Okay, there's another plaintiff who was 13 at the time of the assault. And it's unclear, there was one assault that was claimed to have occurred. It is unclear whether it was after the 2000 or the 2003 VMAs. But her age doesn't match here, so it probably wasn't her, unless it was also her, but she didn't come forward. But watch how sick the reaction is here again from Combs. Even if they had no intention of actually inviting her for real or doing anything to her, knowing what they know about what went on at the parties and then saying that anyway, and watch the reaction here.
After party tonight?
Yeah! Still to come.
After party tonight?
Yeah! Still to come. Harrison.
After party tonight?
I mean, I don't know who this lady in the front is, but look at Kutcher in the background laughing at that. And look how hard P. Diddy is laughing at this. I mean, this is weird. Raised by Gypsy says, didn't kid actors have to have a parent or guardian with them all the time, or am I showing my age? Not necessarily. They could have had a manager or somebody, not necessarily parent or guardian. I don't think their manager was an official guardian. Like, I don't think a manager could be a legal guard. I mean, I guess it's kind of like anything. Like, in school, like, the kids are left in a classroom with a teacher who's not an official guardian, right? So, yeah, no, I don't think that was a rule at all. But, yeah, it's pretty weird. I mean, I don't know who this lady is, but, I mean, look how hard P. Diddy and Ashton Kutcher are laughing here.
Yeah! Still.
I won the MTV Movie Award.
Coming to the after party tonight?
Yeah! Still to come. Harrison Ford. Luke Wilson. Kate Hudson. Paul Walker.
This is the real star right here.
Tyrese.
I'm doing security for him.
And the award for Best Action Sequence. The 2003 MTV Movie Awards are brought to you by Pontiac. Fuel.
Yeah, right? I'm speaking, of course, about the envelope. The Minor Award envelope was invented in 1889 by a young man named Thomas Friedman, a lover of paper and a dreamer of dreams. Tonight, we present a musical tribute to his amazing creation. I got this, man.
No. We're not doing the envelope song. It's cut.
What? Whoa! Oh, come on. Shameless.
Huh?
Shameless.
Just what if that happened, Paul? What if I just came up out of my clothes and started talking about Too Fast, Too Furious, man?
It's Shameless. June 6th. But it's Shameless. Anyways, here are the nominees for Best Action Sequence.
Whoa! Hey, can I see that again, Justin?
Fine.
Ego.
Hey, guys.
Done for.
Me, where's the bathroom? No way! Oh my god, dude, he totally likes it. I know! I totally think so too. There are so many gorgeous
these guys here tonight? It's insane. I know, and do you want to know the best part? What's that? These next two performers want nothing to do with any of them. Oh my god, it's so true. I know. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Tattoo.
And here is Tattoo with further promotion of the homo agenda, where they just have a bunch of schoolgirls invade the entire award show. This is kind of weird. Is there some kind of Illuminati occult symbolism here for something? Is there a message here? I mean, how much degeneracy can you pack into a single award show? I mean, it's tough to quantify. Just the promotion of sodomy off the charts here in Hollywood. The heck was on the screen there? What does that text say? On the screen? I think there was a close-up there. Boyfriend speaks out. Naked orgy at tattoo concert. That's what they're putting on the entire screen. What is this? Like, if this isn't satanic occult ritual, what is this? Fair use, obviously. That's an interesting message. Hide your daughters. Good advice when it comes to Hollyweird. And your sons, too. I mean, what is this? I mean, this is just such a cesspool of degeneracy. And look who's giving a standing ovation here. Look at the standing ovation of schoolgirls of questionable ages. You have Ashton Kutcher, Danny Masterson, and P. Diddy, the only individuals giving a standing ovation to this so-called performance of degeneracy and sodomy. Is anybody surprised here? I mean, they felt the need to stand up and give a standing ovation to this so-called performance here. Does anybody think this is just so telling? They're giving the standing ovation with the clothes that the girls threw off. What a bunch of weirdos.
Are you guys from heaven?
Up next.
Are you guys from heaven?
Up next, Harrison Ford, Josh Hartnett.
Make you.
Oh, yay! Now you go, lady. MTV, thank you. Yay!
Ladies and
Smoke a
He's crazy.
What's happening, hot stuff?
You ain't gotta go home.
So, a lot of interesting moments in this cesspool of degeneracy known as the 2003 MTV Movie Awards. Particularly the moments with Ashton Kutcher and P. Diddy. And this is all merely scratching the surface of the degeneracy that is Ashton Kutcher and P. Diddy. We'll continue to examine this in part 3. But yeah, there's a lot here. None of it really makes any sense as to the manufactured rise of Kutcher and his extremely close association with P. Diddy. So, yeah, plenty more to examine and unravel here in typical MindShock fashion with logic and reason at the forefront. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe, like, and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.